But welcome in YouTube to the show, Defend the Indefensible. Make sure you're doing all the good things while you're over here. Let me put this up on the feed. I had my link here. Here we go. So if you guys go to earthcam.com/USA/DC/Washington Monument, you're going to find the entire stream. And I'm going to put it up for you guys. I think if I crop it out enough, TikTok shouldn't be overly sensitive about it. But I'm going to double check here. Because I think it's really important that y'all see it. So let me do some cropping. Okay. And I want y'all to see this footage. This will be live. Okay. Here it is. This is the Waymo cam. From the Washington Monument. And if you can look straight down, that is the reflecting pool right there. Excuse me, the one they emptied, the one that Donald Trump was literally driving through the other night. Yet there's been arrest for individuals who are alleged to have been vandalizing said pool. My question is, why haven't we gotten the video footage, the verification of who these people are when they went out there and vandalized the place? We have a bunch of rhetoric. We have a bunch of social media posts, and I'll go over those as well. I made sure to take screenshots of them last night because I initially thought it was just like the right Republicans saying that was vandalized. I didn't know the president went alongside parroting these talking points. So I got both posts here. Here is the first one. Here was the first one made on the 20th of 5/18. The United States Park Police have arrested multiple individuals for vandalizing our nation's magnificent reflecting pool. Who would do such a thing? These are very serious crimes having to do with the destruction of national monuments. Years in jail. Work will begin immediately on its repair. President DJT. Let's follow up. He followed up with another post. I also want to point out that the camera that I just showed you guys from the Waymo cam on the Washington Monument isn't the only one that's around the reflecting pool. But I just wanted to make that point. He went on an additional rant here. And it reads as follows. Many additional people have been arrested having to do with the disgraceful vandalism of our beautiful reflecting pool. It hasn't looked or worked like this since 1922 when it was originally built. Cap. But even then, it leaked badly and didn't work. Ours worked perfectly, including the mirror-like finish, perfectly reflecting the two great monuments which it never had before. What these terrible vandals have done is a true affront to both Presidents George Washington and Abraham Lincoln and should be dealt with accordingly. We met with contractors today. We'll probably be forced to release and drain much of the water in order to do the necessary repairs, but we'll have them done as quickly as possible. What they have damaged does not even include the earlier killing of a large amount of grass, which was, by far, the least of it. No mentions of the ducks because of the hydrogen peroxide that they were dumping into it. No mention of the ducks, but we love that grass. They took some form of knife or blade and put a 250 foot long gash into the beautiful what took so much work, competence, and money to build and complete. They also poured corrosive and destructive chemicals into the pool. You did. Y'all did. The reflecting pool was never so beautiful as it was just 1 week ago, even going back to 1922 when it opened. We are very proud of what we have done with this magnificent structure, and we will get it repaired quickly to an equal level of beauty. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Those of you who did not know this, the no-bid contract, which I could have sworn was illegal, the no-bid contract that was given to one of Trump's friends to do the reflecting pool, the name of the business was Greenwater. I wish I was joking.
God bless you.
The name of it was Greenwater. Thank you for the hanging lights. I appreciate you. And now for the person who has to fix it, there's a new contract out. Unfortunately, I can't put that one up on the screen, but if you want to look at the CBS News article, this is company owned by Trump donor won $1.7 million no bid reflecting pool cleaning contract. This was today. The new water cleaning system will be given to yet another one of his mutuals or big donors, as if we didn't learn the first time over what that looks like for our dollars, our tax dollars, and we're doing it again. I wonder what his name is. Is the last one green water? Is this one going to be dirty water? Is the name of his business Dirty Water? Let's see. The no-bid contract to install a nanobubble filtration system went to Green Water Solutions, an Ohio-based company whose owners listed on federal contracting documents as J.J. Cafaro Investment Trust. The president and CEO of that trust is identified as John J. Cafaro on Federal Election Committee filings. Cafaro has donated to several GOP candidates and conservative causes in recent years. He has donated extensively to Mr. Trump's campaign and to Trump-linked groups, giving $250,000 to the Trump Victory Fundraising Committee at one point in 2020. FEC records show he has also made donations to Democrats at various points. A businessman and real estate developer, Cafaro pleaded guilty to campaign finance violations in 2010. Thank you, Jane, for real, for the Star Guard. Over donations to his daughter's congressional campaign. Nearly a decade later, this is 2020, he pleaded guilty to conspiring to bribe Democratic Rep. James Traficant and cooperated with prosecutors. You want to take a wild guess where he lives? I want you guys to take a wild guess where this guy lives. I'm going to give you guys a second. Less than a mile from Mar-a-Lago in good old Palm Beach, Florida. So, now that we've understood just how gross that is and the just stupendous levels of waste, fraud, corruption, and abuse that the Trump administration is championing and welcoming, I think this is more than enough reasons why the Trump supporting base has been and will continue to regret their votes more and more on a daily basis. Donald Trump came in to make DC beautiful again, to drain the swamp that was the American country, and he started off by creating a big fat one where the White House and himself resides. Trump supporters, request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you regret your vote, if this and more is the reasons why you've decided to leave the MAGA plantation, this is live, is a safe space for you to show all the reasons why you regret your vote. Or if you are a Trump supporter who does not regret your vote, you think he's doing a great job. You think the Democrats are the ones who put all the algae in the reflecting pool. Please provide evidence of that. You may request up in the box as well or call in. I can give you several reasons as to why you're wrong. And the arrested people, who knows? Who knows? They'll be released soon, I'm sure. They'll be released soon, I'm sure. Because where's the evidence? That's the whole thing. Friendly reminder, when Donald Trump has any type of quote-unquote video evidence that he thinks cements his point or his arguments, he's quick to release it. That's what he did when we look back at what took place with Renee Nicole Good. When he thought Jonathan Ross's phone camera footage would show that he was hit, even though it showed the complete opposite. 0.2 seconds. 0.2 seconds posted that up. Posted that up the day before when he posted the really blurry footage from the camera angle across versus the one that showed him directly beside the vehicle popping into it. He was very quick to show that other one. It's really embarrassing. It's really embarrassing. Okay. I'm going to say this once, and I literally see your name. I'm not going to say your name, but I know who you are. I'm reading over in the YouTube chat. Someone got muted for saying God loves you all. 2 of you are going to lose your mod privileges because I've gotten so many fucking complaints for you guys. What the fuck are we doing? Apologies. My YouTube mods are wilding the fuck out. Wilding the fuck out. With that being said, we also have some more information in regards to, what was his name again? This was a GOP candidate in Georgia, I think. Rick Jackson? I think it was Rick Jackson. Yep. Rick Jackson, the little billionaire running for, I believe, the governor's seat in Georgia. That's correct. There was a leaked recording over the weekend that came out where he said, Women should have to prove they were raped in order to qualify for an abortion. I'm going to see if I can play the audio here, or if I have to find a different piece of thingamajiggy. Hold on. This is Jane Furrow and prediction. I'm trying to pull up the exact audio. I don't know. I think it's just going to take some of these people en masse being assaulted to the same degree women are to finally get the goddamn point. And for all the folks who have complaints about women not reporting, imagine men who are less likely to because of some false sense of pride or their masculinity or dignity being taken away. It's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I think this is a different story. When the voter argued that, quote unquote, if a woman is saying she was raped, she needs to prove it, Jackson responded affirmatively. I just want to see babies born, no matter how they were conceived. The woman can be heard saying on the recording, which was reviewed by the Daily Beast. I mean, the whole thing about a rape exception and everything, it's like, I mean, I know it's horrible, but two wrongs don't make a right. They still got a life. Jackson concurs. Yeah, it's still a life, the woman continues, and it seems to me if a woman is saying she was raped, she needs to prove it. Right, got you, replies Jackson. Jackson's campaign has pushed back strongly on characterizations of the comments, accusing critics of distorting his position. I don't know how you distort him straight up saying what he said. I just read his direct quote. But the recorded remarks have quickly become a flashpoint in Georgia's closely watched governor's race, in which Jackson will now run against Democratic nominee and former Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms in November. Yikes. Of course, this man went ahead and got one hell of a little congratulations from President DJT on the night he secured that primary. I think it was after a runoff. Him and Burt Jones went into a runoff. And they went further. It's a distortion because he doesn't want them to prove it. I mean, it's on tape. Republicans will literally walk back stuff we'll have audio recordings for, video evidence of. No different from Trump, right? When he said no new wars, and then CNN, MS Now, Daily Beast, so on and so forth, had to do literal compilations of all the times he said no new wars. Yeah, same thing. Literally the same thing. Continue to tap the screen. Let's get the likes up to 50K and beyond. Share out the live as well with your friends and family. Make sure you're reposting and adding to your story. Click on the name in the top left corner. You're going to be able to find things in the gift gallery. We are in C1, I believe. So, like, the biggest one in there is the freaking flying jets, I think. Should be the flying jets. And we'll get that going. We will get that going. What? No, I'm good. I don't do one-sided virtual debates. I would do an official debate, though. It's only one-sided if you get dog-walked. You guys are so scared of being wrong. It's actually sad. That is strange.
God bless you.
That is strange. Thank you, Tay, for the gifts. I appreciate you. What? What? Hold on, guys. Don't. It is way too early to be this embarrassing. Trump supporters, it is way too early to be this embarrassing. Like, we get it. The best you have is putting Trump with multiple T's, R's, U's, M's, and P's. We get it. But friendly reminder that the swamp that you said he was supposed to drain is being encouraged. I think it's really, really telling when he creates a literal swamp in D.C., and he's so desperate at trying to make everything a Democratic issue that he blames them for vandalization, even though he's the one who ignored the science behind his own actions. Megan can never admit when they're wrong. Well, they're still the ones who are touting around what took place in 2020. This reflecting pool, I just want to make something super duper clear. They're literally going to tout this around to the same degree that they do the 2020 festival. The exact same thing. Exact same thing. Exact same thing. Bar, thank you so much. I'm going to get you modded right now. Let's see. Thank you. Bam. You are now modded. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. I keep forgetting to do that every single time that you're in here. No, it is. No, it is. And then I went ahead and found some more information. Donald Trump's words in regards to this unconditional surrender. Once again, we're trying to avoid all these nasty little flags, so I'm not going to put it up, and I'm going to play in the background. This was a clip that he recently did with an interview. I'm trying to remember who his name was. Caputo, which is one of the CNN talking heads. But here we go here.
What have you learned about not just the exercise of power, but the limits on your power as a result of the conflict?
There are no limits.
No limit.
No, not. I haven't learned that lesson yet. I know there are, but there are no limits. We defeated them totally militarily. I did a naval blockade where not one ship was able to get through. Some tried. They didn't. It didn't last very long.
Some ships got through.
Certainly brought Iran to the table more than before. However, beginning a conflict.
I refute that. I don't understand where this notion of Donald Trump's actions brought them to the table more is coming from. The problem with that is that would be implying that they weren't at the table before. We know they were at the table before February 26th, before the 28th. We know based off of Witkoff, J.D. Vance, and Trump, who even came out of this call. I don't believe it was in person. I believe it was a phone call, video call, where they had with Iranian officials. So to make this claim that we did all this to get them to come to the table and it worked is ridiculous if they were ready to negotiate to begin with. We also know this because initially, J.D. Vance specifically was the one touting around that the ballistic missiles were non-negotiable. We're not just worried about the uranium enrichment. It's also about the ballistic missiles. Okay. And then Trump came out and said recently at the G7 event, who are we to tell them they can't have their missiles? That one was funny. I'm going to make sure I have to get that clipped, man. Dude literally said, who are we to tell them they can't have missiles? Okay.
Call from.
Calling on the line, did you vote for Trump?
Yes, sir.
And do you regret your vote?
Why? Explain to me why I will regret it. Why should I regret it? Regret my vote?
Literally several reasons. Do you want the most obvious one?
What's the most obvious one?
Donald Trump is a pathological liar who can't tell the truth or clearly save his life, and he will lie until his deathbed, no matter who it harms, including the United States of America and the 349 million people who reside in it.
Okay. All politicians lie or spin stuff, right? They're politicians, that's what they do. All politicians lie on the left and the right. It's not just Trump.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of answer is that to the fact that the President of the United States and his lies has directly led to harm being caused to American civilians.
The hypocrisy. All politicians lie.
Cool. Give me an example of a Democratic politician and a lie.
I don't have to give you an example. They all lie.
Well, I asked you to give me an example. If you're going to say that they all lie, then give me an example of a...
Inflation's at that, and this and that.
Sure, give me an example of...
Inflation's at this, and this is at that. Oh, I lowered taxes. Oh, my economy...
Inflation is at 4.2%.
Politician...
Donald Trump did lie and say it wasn't. So there's that.
I didn't say nothing about Donald Trump. I'm talking about politicians.
Yeah, but Democrats don't lie about inflation.
Democrats lie about everything, actually, which is why I changed.
If you're going to keep saying they lie about everything, you can give me one thing and we can go over it. What is a big Democratic lie that's directly led to harm against Americans?
Okay. I just gave you a prime example.
You didn't.
Yeah, I actually did.
You said inflation.
I'm not going to play
Democrats didn't lie about inflation.
Listen. We're the same skin color. We're not going to do that.
I don't know what your skin color had to do with this conversation.
You're not talking to one of these white boys. You're not talking to one of these white MAGA people.
Yeah, I don't care what your race is. What does that have to do with this conversation?
It hits a little different. What I'm telling you is all.
What is a little different?
We were not going to do all that. All politicians.
What is little different?
Different meaning I come differently. Like when it comes.
What does that have to do with the simple question that I asked and your refusal to answer it?
Listen. First of all, you gotta go on YouTube and go live. Y'all talk about Trump all the down YouTube. I gotta scroll and scroll.
Yeah. Do you want to answer my question now?
Because you need him for views, obviously.
Yeah. Do you want to answer my question now?
I'm answering your question.
You're literally not. No,
If you be
you're
quiet,
talking
I
about
can explain it to you.
YouTube and views, and it has nothing to do with my
Yeah,
simple
we got
question.
into that
Can
because
you
you
give
started
me a
over-talking.
prominent Democratic lie that has directly led to the
All
harm
politicians
of
lie,
Americans
they're
or people
liars.
residing in
Every
the
man
United
lies.
States? That's not an answer to
Every
my
man
question.
lies. Every man sins.
Not an answer to my
Every man
question.
sins.
So
Every man
Donald
lies.
Trump
All
lied
politicians
about
lie.
Haitian
No one
migrants
has
in
to point that
Ohio
out.
eating
It's
cats and
reality.
dogs, which directly led to over 33 bomb threats in the region after
Let
the
me
debate
ask
against
you a
Kamala
question.
Harris in
Let me ask you a
2024.
Why
That is
do
a
you
lie
believe-
that Donald Trump
Why
told
do you- let me
that
ask you a
directly
question.
led
Okay,
to
you asked me a
threats
question.
and
Let me ask
harm
you a
made
question.
against
Why do you
individuals
feel
residing in the
need
United
to talk
States.
about Trump
Can
every day?
you
Why
give
do you
me
feel
an
the
example
need
of a
that you
Democratic
still butthurt over the
politician
election
who told a
and
lie
let
that
go?
led to the same thing?
God bless you.
Thank you, Emmy, for the hand heart.
No, yeah. Like I said, what you tell me. Answer my question.
You haven't answered a single question that I've asked you directly. What do you
Why
mean
are
answer
you
your
on
questions?
YouTube, you obviously don't got no fucking money. You don't make no money. Why are you on YouTube talking about Trump every day?
Donald
you
Trump
still
is the
mad 'cause
president of the
Kamala
United
lost?
States.
Are
I'm
you
a
still
political
mad 'cause she lost
commentator.
that shit?
Bam, I
Are
just
you
answered
still
your
mad 'cause
question
she lost?
again. Can you
Are
answer
still
mine?
mad? Are you
Can you
regretting
answer
that
mine?
That you voted for a woman? You want
Can
a woman
you
to-
answer mine?
Are you okay with that? Are you regretting that you wanted
Am
a
I
woman
okay
to-
with voting for a woman?
Yeah.
I'd do it
Yeah,
again.
are
What
you
the
okay
hell?
with that?
My guy,
God bless
listen.
you.
Okay, listen. So here's how this is going to work. Thank you, Monica, for the hearts. I appreciate you. You can just keep dodging questions until I
I'm not
inevitably
dodging
hang up the
questions.
phone. You
I answered your
literally
question.
are. And it's really embarrassing.
answered your question.
One of the
Boy,
crazy things about you
every
coming
man
up on here,
lies.
you called in and you said,
Every
I'm a
man
black conservative. I'm a black conservative. You're not
Every
about to just
man
talk to me any
lies.
old way. First off,
Every
are you
man
asking for
lies.
preferential treatment based off of being a black conservative?
Every man lies.
Were you
I'm
asking
not-
for preferential
I'm
treatment
pointing that
based off
out.
of being a black
No,
conservative?
let me tell you why I brought that
My
up.
guy, when I spoke to you the same way that I speak to
let me
any
tell
other
you-
person, regardless
let
of
me
race,
tell you
which is
why I brought it
answering
up.
simple questions,
Let
you
me
said you're not going
I'm
to talk to
trying-
me that way. I'm a black
I'm
conservative.
trying to tell you-
You were
I'm
asking
trying
for
to tell you
preferential
why I was
treatment
brought
based
up.
off your race.
But of course,
That's
bro, you
embarrassing.
must be a-
My
you
guy,
must
that
be-
is
you must
literally
be a
the
homosexual
opposite
or something.
of the Republican method, bro.
must be-
You're supposed to stand
you
on
must
10,
be-
regardless of race,
you must
regardless
be
of
a
this, regardless of that.
homosexual
You're
or
supposed to
something.
be you. But for
'Cause
some
you
reason,
chat
I know.
like a bitch, bro.
You guys always think I'm gay.
You
I know.
chat like a
You
bitch.
like my noggin.
You chat like a
I cleaned
bitch.
it. I made it
You
nice
don't let
and
no
shiny
one
today.
talk. You wanna keep
You literally
How many
won't
female friends
answer
you got?
any
How many female
of
friends
my
you got?
questions.
You have a lot. You need to get away from them. You
I have
need
a
to get
ton of women friends. I don't know
Yeah,
what that
I
has to do with
see.
this
I see. You was
conversation.
raised
So
by
as I
little
said,
man has not
would
taught
you
nothing.
like to
Talk
tell
just
me
like
why
a
you
bitch.
came up on the panel or called in the line
talk
and you
just like
asked
a
for
bitch. You
preferential
talk like a
treatment
bitch.
based off
You
your
talk
race?
like a bitch.
Sure.
You
Can you
talk
tell
like
me
a
why
bitch.
you asked for
Anybody that
preferential
votes
treatment as a
Democrat
black
is a bitch.
person?
Anybody that votes Democrat and votes for a woman is a bitch.
Yeah.
Period.
So can you tell me why you asked for preferential treatment based off of being a black conservative?
I ain't asking no preferential treatment.
Yes, you did.
If you, would've
You
let me
said,
explain, I would've
don't
told you
talk to me a
why.
certain way, blah, blah. I'm a black
If you
conservative. You're not
would've
about to
let
talk to
me
me like anyone else.
explain-
When I spoke to
If
you,
you
no
would've let
different
me
from how I speak
explain,
to every
I
other
would've told
person.
you why- I would have told you why I brought it up. If you would have let me explain, I would have told you why I was brought it
Oh,
up.
are you now ready
Brought it
to
up.
answer simple
Because
questions
a
now?
lot
Here,
of
the floor is
a
yours.
lot of libtards like you,
Oh.
y'all do all that stuff with these white MAGA people, but then once a black person comes there who's going to give y'all the same smoke, y'all tuck your
Are you alleging that I treat black conservatives different than I treat white conservatives?
Oh, y'all would, because we're not going to.
Are you alleging that I treat black conservatives
I'm gonna
different
give
from
you
I
the same
treat
energy you
white
give me,
conservatives?
period.
I don't
Point
really
blank
care.
period.
Well, if you
I
were
wanna
giving me
give
the
you the
same
same
energy I would
energy
give
you
you, that
give me.
means the questions I would have asked 7 minutes ago would have already been answered.
I answered your question.
You didn't. You didn't.
I did. So
No.
I said, and
So
I
since
quote,
you clearly have a
"Every man
comprehension
lies."
problem, I'm going to go ahead and ask my
Every
question
man-
again. So you're too busy talking. You can't listen to anything I'm saying. You're probably going to hang up like little bitch you are. But I'm going to take you off a hold. And I'm going to answer your... Yeah, that's what I thought. That is the Trump supporting base now. Brainless rambling. Brainless rambling. It's all he had. Really quickly, let me put this up on the screen because I don't know why you guys do this. I just want to embarrass a Trump supporter in the chat really quickly. Let me put this up here. So this is the request on TikTok, or at least it was before Code AJ requested up. This is the request. There's an individual down the chat there named Mr. Payne who keeps saying, let me up, I sent a request. It's not here. So another thing that Trump supporters start to do on this platform is they'll sit in the chat, they'll say, let me up, I sent a request, even though they never did, so they can make it seem like I'm dodging them. and it's really weak. Code, you have a loud mic. Hold on.
Call from.
What happened to my thing?
Hello. Louis.
To accept, press.
Caller, you're on the line. Did you vote for Trump?
Of course I did.
Okay.
Of course. What are your questions? Tell me.
What?
Your questions. You want to know about us, the Trump supporters.
Yeah. Do you regret your vote?
What do you mean? If I grant my vote, I went to the school and I pressed the X under the Republican Party.
You went.
My first vote too.
What school?
Was my first vote, my first presidential vote, and I'm so proud I voted for Donald Trump.
You said what school did you go to?
The school that I have to walk to vote. You don't go to a school to vote in your state, in your district.
Voting doesn't require a school.
Well, in my state,
Do you reside in the United States?
In my state, in Connecticut, they have schools, and you go and vote. They got different schools that are for voting.
No.
Are the voting locations?
There is no voting school.
Oh my God! The voting locations are different schools. Over here in Connecticut, it's like that. Every state is different.
Polling locations aren't schools. No one's being taught to vote by a government institution.
That you know so much. What they are?
I just said it. Polling locations, centers where you go to vote, you go to register, you go to handle discrepancies with your registration. They're not schools.
What is your state?
Who taught you how to vote?
Where is your state?
Texas. Who taught you how to vote?
What state do you live?
I just said Texas for the third time.
Okay, so
who taught you how to vote?
It's way different than Connecticut. Every state have different rules and different laws. That's our constitution. That's our government. Okay?
Hold on,
like
sir.
Rico
Are you talking about schools that you can go into and vote, or a quote-unquote voting school?
Oh, my God. Now you want to do word by word?
I'm just making sure you're specific. It's one thing if you go to a polling location and it being a school, you can vote at churches. See, this is where I got confused. Okay, I got it now. Because you can go into churches and vote. That's what they set up for elections. You can go to schools. Yes, you said voting school, and that's what threw me off. Okay, you went to a school to vote because it was a polling center that they set up to vote. Oh, my God. Okay, got it.
Oh, you discover America. Now you're Christopher Columbus. Oh, congratulations. You figure it out. Okay, what you want to know?
Agreed, Monica. Do you regret your vote?
If I'm a registered voter? That's what you're asking me?
No. I asked if you regret your vote for Donald Trump.
Hell no.
Okay.
Hell
Why is
no. Wait, why am I going to regret it? I got money in my pocket. I got all my stocks, all my shares that I invested. They're skyrocket. It's more work.
Where's there more work?
It's less junkies out in the street. It's less drugs in the streets. It's less freaking illegal immigrants, so I don't have to compete against them.
Where's your field of work?
Yes. Yes,
what
they come over here and
is your field of work?
My yield of work?
Field.
I'm a labor worker.
You're a labor worker. What kind of labor? In what field?
Do you want your grass green? Yes, I'm a...
Okay, lawn care. Why was that so hard for you to say?
Because. Because. So, what is your questions? What is your question? What you want to know about us? That is so complicated for you that you cannot understand it. What is so complicated?
What evidence do you have to support the claim that there's been increased, landscaping work in your state due to undocumented migrants being deported?
Okay, I will tell you. Because now I see more people hiring illegal migrants from Ecuador, from Mexico, from the Middle East.
You've seen undocumented migrants get hired?
None of them have papers because I speak Spanish and I talk to them and none of them
You've seen undocumented migrants get hired?
Yeah, the migrants are getting higher over
You've
the
seen this
Americans.
with your
wanna
own
work.
eyes?
What?
You've seen this with your own eyes?
Yes. No. What am I gonna tell you this stuff if
How
I
do you know
if
this?
I haven't seen it
How
with
do you
my
know
own eyes?
How do you know they were undocumented?
Because I talk to them. Because I speak their same language. That's what I know it.
Speaking the same language as someone doesn't make them
Yes,
undocumented.
I'm bilingual. You see?
Are
I'm
you
way
are
smarter.
you a United States citizen?
Of course, I'm a damn Puerto
Okay,
Rican,
so
bro. You don't know
what
that
sense would
Puerto
it
Rico
make
is a
if I were to
state?
say
You
that
don't
you're an
know that-
illegal immigrant based off of your accent or your language? That doesn't make sense. Language doesn't determine what your citizenship is. So you speaking the same
Duh.
language
Oh
as
my
them
God, you
doesn't
discovered
make them
America
undocumented
again.
migrants.
Because I speak Spanish and I speak English.
Again,
Do you
being
understand that?
bilingual doesn't mean that you're not.
Oh my freaking God. You know what is Puerto Rico? You know what is Puerto Rico? Do you know that? Do you know that Puerto Rico is a state of the union that don't pay federal income taxes? And that
Did
was
you know
trying to
that the
make
president
it-
of the United States had no idea he was the president of Puerto Rico?
Of course, you know, because he hang out in Puerto Rico. He loves Puerto Rico.
No,
invested
he
a
did
lot of
not
money
know
in
he was the
Puerto Rico.
president of
Yes,
Puerto
he
Rico.
did.
That's the
Don't
guy you
tell me
voted
because
for.
I was there when he was there.
You were
So
there
don't-
when he was there. Him being there doesn't change the fact that he literally had no idea that he was the president of Puerto Rico.
Oh my God. Don't
That
you
Puerto
think
Rico would
you know that
reside
oh
with
my
us.
God, bro. Why you think he want to take the Panama Canal? Because that's the lifeline of the economy of Puerto Rico. If you don't know that. Why you think he want to bring all the pharmaceutical back to America? Because that's the lifeline of Puerto
Yes, and
Rico.
he's
He want to bring it back to
substantially
Puerto
failed
Rico.
on all of
Why
these
he want to
things.
bring back Intel? Because Intel was in Puerto Rico. And when Intel was in Puerto Rico, all the rocket that was going to the skies, all those chip of computer, Intel was what? Intel
Alrighty.
CPU? Yeah, was
Someone
built
just
in
muted
Puerto
over on
Rico.
YouTube. Podcaster is a jerk. I don't care if they call me names, guys. What are we doing?
Why
You know
you
what?
are?
I'm just
why
gonna have to
you're
start
reading
over
the
on
chat?
YouTube.
You're talking to me. Forget about the chat.
You're
You're
irrelevant.
talking-
You're not
you
answering
wanna know
questions.
about-
You have
about
no
the-
idea what you're
the
talking about. I'm
Republicans.
actually
You
quite
wanna know
bored
about
with this
the people
conversation.
that voted
You're
for
actually
Trump
like,
and
really
why we
not
don't
intelligent
regret
at all.
it.
You've been
Because
rambling
we
like a
enjoy
motherfucker. So
every time
back
one
to
of
what
those
you said
narco
earlier. You
cities
said
get
that
blown
you
up.
saw
I
companies
have a
hiring
freaking
undocumented
sense.
migrants, correct?
I'm so happy every time
Right.
he blow up one
You
of those
said
narco
you saw
shit.
undocumented migrants being hired, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
I don't care. I
And did
want
you
to get them
report
all
these
deported.
companies? Did you report these people?
Of course I do. What you think?
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
When's the first time you
I don't
reported
want they freaking
undocumented
take them
migrant?
out. I come over and take them all
When's
out.
the first time you
what
reported
think?
undocumented migrant?
I don't give a damn. I'm a freaking American. My
When's
people
the
go to
first
war.
time you reported an undocumented migrant?
Yes. I'm an American. I will do that. I will defend my nation.
So
from the
here's the
outside
thing. I'm
and the
really
inside.
doing my best not to yell and not to call you names. But when I ask questions multiple times and you answered questions that I didn't ask or you respond to things I never said, it tends to get me a little irked. So I would greatly appreciate it if you stopped listening to respond and you listen to comprehend, then respond. I'm going to ask my question again, and I want you to listen closely to the words coming out of my mouth, okay? When was the first time that you reported an undocumented migrant or a corporation to the correct authorities?
I think I've been doing that for the past 10 years. What? Every time I call ICE, I call the department. And
Do you have a
call
question
some
for me?
Congress and I talk to my representative.
Do you have a question
I call a
over
lot of
for me?
people, and I report a lot of stuff.
Do you have a
Yes.
question for me?
No, you are the one who have question for the
Ask me a
voters.
question. Ask me a question.
What? I don't.
God
need to know
bless you.
nothing about you.
You can think of something. Ask me a question. Thank you, Karen.
For what? I don't need nothing. You are the one who want to.
I don't know. Ask me a question. I'm just use your brain. Use your brain. Ask me a question. Ask me a question. Use your
I
brain.
don't need to ask you a question because I don't care nothing that came out of your mouth. You
Yeah, no shit,
asked
Sherlock.
me
Ask me a
if
question.
I regret voting for Trump, and I'm telling you, no, I'm not regretting it, and we don't regret it. We're happy for everything that he's doing. You know, he closed that Strait of Hormuz. Oh my God, I make.
Double tap the screen to the heart bar gets full. Let's get the likes up to 100K. If you guys are not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday after 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. I love how impatient they get. I just put him on hold, but I'm actually glad he hung up because he had nothing to contribute to this conversation.
God bless
Share
you.
out the live with your friends and family as well. Repost, add to your
God
story.
bless
I'm
you.
going to do my best to get us a decent batch of Trump supporters. I cannot promise that we're actually going to get anyone with brains. I cannot promise we're going to get anyone with brains, but I'm going to do my best. Let's knock out the little 5-cent gift goes here, get us boosted out in the FYP even more than we are. And of course, the best way to support the platform is going to be the links in the bio. If you'd like to donate directly to my ashwagandha fund, which is fucking empty, clearly, I would greatly appreciate that. Those of you over on the YouTube side, hit the like button on the stream, subscribe, turn on notification bells, and if you would like to support the platform, super chat, super sticker, or by becoming
God bless
a member.
you.
I actually did miss somebody sent a membership earlier. Whoever sent me a membership earlier, I can't see it now in the chat, but I appreciate you, whoever you are. Thank you so much for your love and support. Big W's to you. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the
God
demographic of
bless
people I'd
you.
like to have a conversation with. If you are over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. And thank you guys for knocking out that goal. Thank you so much, Karen. I appreciate you. Goodness gracious. Gosh. Can't get anyone to answer simple questions. You said there's an echo? Oh, that's not supposed to be happening. Hold, please. Let me see if I can fix it. W's in the chat to Taffy for the $10 super chat ashwagandha fund. Yeah, my goodness, dude. It's when they start off that way, it's like, what is wrong with y'all? Have you no decorum? Hold on. Let me restart this, and I'm going to see if I can get it fixed here. Is the echo still there, TikTok? And I don't know if it's echoing on YouTube. YouTube, let me know if it's echoing over there, please. TikTok and YouTube, is the echo still there? Oh, not me not sending my own daily art me. Hold on. No. Good, it's gone. Awesome. Great. YouTube, confirm if the echo is gone, please. I would greatly appreciate it. YouTube, confirm if the echo is gone. Y'all may have never had an echo in general. Sometimes it's only on one platform versus the other. No echo? Thank you, Jade. I appreciate you. Now, the host has an attitude problem, won't indulge in conversation when he's wrong. Are you basing this off the last two people who refused to answer questions and rambled on? The black conservative who asked for preferential treatment based off his race and his party, and the guy who wouldn't shut the fuck up long enough? Are you saying that I'm the one who's rude and wrong? Is that what we're doing? We are cooked as a nation, guys. We are cooked as a nation. We are cooked as a nation when I ask simple questions, and I can't get the most basic answers from people. And then I'm the bad one. By the way, thank you for the compliment on the shirt. This is literally my shirt. I am selling this on my merch shop, hectorshops.com with 2 R's. It's okay to call people stupid. And today it looks like I'm going to be doing it quite a bit. W's in the chat to Phoenix for the $2 super chat. TDS equals if intellect devourers from D&D, Dungeons & Dragons were real. I do not understand that reference. You're rude and wrong every fucking day. Okay. So this is now where you have my attention. Every single person who wants to say that I'm wrong, tell me how. Every single person who wants to say that I'm wrong, explain how. It's as simple as that. You guys like to say that I'm this and you like to say that I'm that. Prove it. What have I lied about so far on this platform? Did Donald Trump not ruin the reflecting pool? Waste $14.3 billion on, million dollars on with taxpayer dollars to make a big fat swamp in the middle of DC? Did he not do a no-bid contract to one of his biggest donors? Did he not do that? Did the Trump administration not be the most recorded to tell the most lies from their first term, carrying on to the second one? Did he not sign an MOU with findings, or not findings, with the premise of it being worse than the JCPOA have seen to fruition? Are all of those lies? Is there not a $300 billion investment fund the United States is going to facilitate for the United's number one sponsor of terrorism? Is that a lie? Is Donald Trump not held civilly liable for the sexual assault of E. Jean Carroll? Is Donald Trump not a 34-count convicted felon? Please tell me which one of those things I lied on. Please tell me which one of those things I lied on. It's easy for me to go, I won, when you guys say I lie, but you can't actually prove it. Try Googling once every now and then. No, they were dismissed? What? What was dismissed, Kevin? I just sent you an invite, Kevin. What was dismissed? Please come up here and tell me what was dismissed. There's something I didn't know, apparently. Please come up here and tell me what was dismissed. I can mod on YouTube if needed. I may need you over there, Allison. I may need you over there. What was dismissed? I didn't know that the civil liability was dismissed, even though it's still pending because Donald Trump is not trying to pay E. Jean Carroll a few $1 million. No. Kevin, no. Kevin, no. You messed up. You contradicted something I said. I need you to prove it, right? If it was dismissed, I need you to prove it. And there's a request button. I send it to you. And there's the big fat request button there for you. Debbie's in the chat to Taffy for the $2 super chat. YouTube Echo present, sorry. It's still present? I thought y'all said it was good. Jay just said it was good. Jay literally just said it was good. Hold on. Let me go to YouTube. I'll do it. I'll do it my damn self. Let me test this out. Jay literally just said it was good. Jay literally just said it was good. Double echo. No echo. It's very slight. That's what I heard. It's a very slight one. It's very, very slight. But if I mess with it, I'm worried that it's going to screw up TikTok. So I'm not going to lie. Y'all just going to have to deal with it. Y'all just going to have to deal with it. I'm not messing with it again. I'm sorry. I appreciate y'all letting me know. I thought I heard something. It's like light. It's extremely light. Thank you, Wesley, for the $2. I hear the echo, too. I think it's very light. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's very slight. It's very slight. TikTok is fine, but yeah, it's over there on YouTube. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you may call in the number on screen, 737-295-5321. When you yell, it echoes. I can't. Google sucks 7021. I love how the left creates their own reality. What reality have I created in the probably 2 seconds you've been in this live? Cameron, I'm streaming on 2 platforms. I'm talking about 2 different platforms. Don't fuck with it. Understood. Thank you for the 2, Taffy. I appreciate you. What reality have we created? Let's talk about the reality that Donald Trump created, that we have all the cards against Iran. We can talk about that fake reality. We can talk about the fake reality that Democrats are out here sabotaging the deflecting pool. I actually love that. I heard it in a live earlier. The deflecting pool. That's not our reality. What reality are we falsifying when the President of the United States says that he was going to start no new wars, bring down your energy costs in 6 months? It's now been a year and a half. Inflation is good. When J.D. Vance gets up on The View and says with his full chest that the reason why Epstein was caught or arrested back in 2006 is because Donald Trump called him and reported him to the authorities. Thank you guys for the follows. You guys remember that? J.D. Vance lives in a reality where the man who would have allegedly, by his own words, if you did this thing, you would have known that Epstein was a creep the entire time before and said nothing. Which is what the report shows. Literally what the report shows, by the way. Blue, Rebel, I literally streamed it. I showed it earlier. Do I still have it up?
Yeah,
I may still have it up. Iggy, did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, I regret my vote though.
Why do you regret your vote, allegedly?
Because he bends over for Israel, this, that. You feel me? Like that's really it. Yeah.
He was doing it on the campaign trail in 2024.
But his foreign policies, like with Israel, all that, it's a little fishy.
What is the three branches of government? What are the three branches of government?
You got executive, legislative, and judicial.
Okay.
You feel me?
In which one does Representative Jasmine Crockett serve in?
She serves the legislative.
Which
She's
body
a
of the House?
representative from Texas.
Excuse me, what body of Congress? Give it away.
She's a representative from Texas.
What body of Congress?
Representative. Yeah. Representative.
What body of Congress?
She District Texas.
I literally gave it away and you still couldn't answer it.
Legislative. That's the body of Congress, man. Come on.
What was your date of birth?
My date of birth was June 14, 2006.
Okay. Jasmine Crockett is a House representative from the state.
That's what
Texas.
that's what I just said.
No, you
Come
didn't.
On. No, that's what I just said. Come on,
You
bro.
didn't.
Stop. I said representative. Like, I'm not saying House of Representative. Like, I said representative.
A senator is also a representative. He represents his state in the Senate.
I mean, I know the distinction. Yeah, like.
So then you
there's two
saying
senators
representative
each
was
state.
not an answer to the question.
There's like 2 senators each state and stuff, I understand.
I'm aware of that. Tired of. They're all representatives. There's terms aside. A senator represents his state in the Senate. A House representative represents their state in the House.
Yeah, you're right. I guess I didn't clarify it.
Yeah.
My bad.
I'm unamused, bro. I'm unamused, y'all. So 2024 was your first election voting. I'm pretty sure you did not vote for Donald Trump to curb Israel. Why did you vote for Donald Trump?
I don't know, because I was being dumb, Like, I was just doing it. I just felt like I needed to vote, but I just didn't vote.
Hold, please. No, a House member represents a district in their state.
Yeah,
So they
I
were
know.
representing their state,
House,
the district in their. I'm not talking to you. The district in their state,
Yeah,
which would be
I know what you
representing
mean.
a portion of their state. Am I tripping, y'all, or are we just not? Are we not tracking today? Anyway, what is the reason you voted for Trump?
Cause the reason why I voted for Trump, right, is because compared to like the other side, right, I just seen it more optimal for my own ideology.
What is your own ideology?
I seen it more optimal, like his small government, less.
Donald
I
Trump
mean,
is the
would he say he
complete
lies a lot
opposite
though?
of small government.
Yeah,
He's
he
quite literally
lies.
been running
Yeah,
off
that's
of
why.
enlarging it for himself specifically.
Because I
He's
believe in his
threatened
lies.
recently if the win of the Democratic Socialist candidate over the mayor seat in D.C. wins, he's literally threatened to federalize D.C. He has not been small government in any way, shape, or form. He's just been firing the people who don't align themselves with his ideology.
Yeah, I guess like I believe in his lies, so like that's what made me like, But I regret my vote. So like to answer your question on the prompt, I would say yeah, I do regret my vote.
You say you regret your vote, but your vote doesn't change your ideology. You said allegedly that it was small government. How does small government benefit you?
It's not that it benefits me, right? It's that what my ideology is for my people, my community, where I'm at, like everywhere, the whole country, you know.
Would
It's
that ideology not benefit your family, your people, your
yeah,
culture?
sure.
So what is the benefit specific
The
of small
benefit
government? What do you
is,
mean? What small government policy or directive would benefit your family?
well, my family is like hardworking and stuff. Like a lot of workers for like the working people, the working class, right? More higher wages, less
Honestly,
taxes.
V44, that's a better question I should ask. What does small government mean to you?
Small government is like less federal spending.
Less federal spending? What do you want less federal spending on?
I want less federal spending on unnecessary stuff, you know, like
Like what?
I'll say like that's a good question because this is when I used to think about it back then, but now I don't really care about it. But like
W's for the Pickle Raiders. Shout out to the Pickle Raiders. Appreciate y'all being here. Pickles, it's been rough. I'm going to keep it a buck 50 with
like
you.
welfare programs.
I've been
will
live for
also-
55 minutes, Pickles, and it's been rough. But I appreciate the Pickle Raiders. If you guys don't know who I am, welcome in. Hector Talks with 2 R's. Hit that follow button in the top left corner. Do all the things to push us out in the algorithm. I greatly appreciate it. I just want a different batch. That's all. What's up, Pickles? Love you too. Okay, you said you want less spending on welfare programs?
Yeah,
Why?
because it's an overreach sometimes, you know.
How are assistance programs overreaching?
Sometimes I'm saying sometimes
Give me an example.
it's an overreach, like when we're housing people, you know.
Housing Americans is overreach?
Well, in like, I'm not talking about like housing them like if you put them in shelters. I'm talking about like what
You'd
you
be
see in
referencing HUD.
complexes.
I'm aware of what you mean in housing. We have HUD housing, which is for low-income individuals.
Yeah,
So you would prefer we don't give Americans a way to be housed?
well, I don't think you should. I don't think you should snap it away instantly, like instantly cut all welfare on housing, right? I think it should be like a gradual process, you know,
Why?
because it creates dependency.
How does it create a dependency
You don't
when the
believe it
people who
creates
would
dependency?
qualify for these programs would already be of the, when I say low, guys, I'm not referencing their character or anything. I'm just talking about the tax brackets, the lowest of the low in terms of income.
Well, it's just what you mean. What you mean by that?
Some
I
of these
didn't
would be
understand.
individuals who fell on hard times. Individuals who may not have the proper education to get the right job, may not have the time to do so. Why do you want us to wean them off of a program that they would pay into, in part because majority of people who benefit from these programs are employed?
Well, I just said I don't think we should instantly snap it off. Like I don't think that at all. Like I think that's what
Why
you
don't
think.
why don't we create an economy?
Sure.
If you
yeah,
have an
yeah.
issue with dependency, why don't we create an America that doesn't put people in positions to where they have to quote
That'd be
unquote
great.
depend on the government?
That'd be great.
Okay. So let's talk about the unemployment rate that has increased under the Trump administration, has been at a stalemate for the last 3 to 4 months. We can also talk about inflation rising at 3.2%, 4.2% as of now, which is outpacing wage growth due to Donald Trump's unconstitutional tariffs and his war in Iran. We can talk about the AI deregulating through his executive orders and in parts supported by the big beautiful bill, then also replacing individuals with robots. So it gives us less work to get from the private sector even. We can talk about the over 300,000 specific black women, up to 400,000 when we include men who have been unemployed and laid off from the federal government. A reduction in veterans that work for the federal government because of his cuts. We're literally creating that dependency, and then we're telling them that you can't look to the government, which you pay taxes into, for any form of relief.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like I don't disagree with you.
So then you voted for someone who's not supporting what you want. If you want
Well,
less
that's
people
what I
on these
just said.
programs, then you messed up.
Well, you're right. I did. That's why I came up to be honest and humble about it as a ex-Trump supporter. That's why I just wanted to like show my honesty.
Cool. What are you doing about it now?
Trying to like become a Democrat and stuff.
You don't have to become it. Oh, God damn it.
Cause Nick Fuentes told me to.
Get
Come on.
out. Big W's in the chat. Big W's in the chat to Jonna. For the $40 Venmo, MAGA's not tracking today. You're always on point. I'm tired already. It's been an hour and I'm tired already. What are we doing? Buddy, did you vote for Trump? Buddy, did you vote for Trump? Buddy, are you aware that you are currently on a TikTok panel with a combined on both platforms 700 people watching? Gonna take that as a no. He came to breathe. I don't know how y'all be sleep requesting. I don't know how that works. I don't know how. I know he's an op. That's why I let him up. I've seen him in other lives. Bro's just sleep requesting, I guess. Oh gosh, man. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you may call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Yeah, the slight echo on YouTube maybe just be my room. I don't have too much stuff in here, so I've always had that. But when I checked it a second ago, it seemed fine. Seemed fine on the YouTube side. What's up, Ari? What's our I fall asleep in lives? I mean, yeah, I've fallen asleep in lives, but like I don't know how you get to pressing the request button and getting up in on a panel. That part is where I'm confused. That's the part I don't understand. I'm trying to. I really am. Oh, please don't tell me this is the best we can do for Trump supporters today. Please don't tell me this is the best we can do with Trump supporters today. I know we have a Trump supporter who can actually like give me something. Someone who can have a reasonable, half-decent conversation. So the clip that I actually uploaded on all the platforms today was horrible. I'm not going to lie. It was an egregious, gruesome conversation, but it was very important. The second part is going to be uploaded tomorrow. I'm going to upload the second part tomorrow. So the first section is where the guy said I was being racist against white people, blah, blah, blah. You can go watch the clip and watch me debunk it. I want to come up, but based on your statements, this would be beneath me. So lacking in depth. You guys say that. What depth would you like to contribute to this conversation? Too many keyboard warriors, not enough substance. Too many keyboard warriors, not enough substance. W's in the chat to Wesley, $55 super chat. Sorry, Hector, but when you talk to the least intelligent people, aka MAGA, you're bound to have these days. Much love. I've spoken to intelligent MAGA. Were they intelligent on politics? No. But I've spoken to intelligent MAGAs on other things. I've done that. I've absolutely done that.
Lies. No, I'm kidding.
Lies. That's crazy. What's up, Ari?
Hey, so I forgot I did this, but apparently I threw shade at your forehead last month in a video or in a live, and somebody timestamped it on the video when it posted, and that was hilarious.
Oh my goodness.
I'll have to send it to you. I'm sorry.
That's when we
Also,
co-hosted, right?
Do what?
That's when we co-hosted, right?
No, this was when I had Monica on.
Oh, okay.
You weren't there. Also, Waffles is just like, I don't know. Waffles is more than likely a Yahtzee with that name.
Wow.
The name for I believe it's weapons in German sounds a lot like waffles.
Oh, I have no idea. They're just all.
Yeah.
They're not sending their best today, Ari. They're not sending their best.
Yeah, they never do. Yeah, it's apparently. Can I share this exact one? I don't know. But yeah, want to make sure you heard the shade, so I'm not like, hiding it or anything.
Were they actually intelligent, or were they just more sentient than usual for a MAGA? Like I said, I said specifically that they were more intelligent on other things, not politics. Not politics. Okay? So there are MAGAs who are really good on the economy. For example, Scott Bessent. Like he's not a moron. He's not a moron. He just kind of cucks for Donald Trump. But he understands the economy. He's not a moron in that regard. But like politically in those other stances, that's different. Right? You have Trump supporters who know how to run a business, but they don't understand the three branches of government. So it's a whole thing.
I had someone tell me that SCOTUS is at the top of the legislative branch.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah. Did you know that SCOTUS runs the legislative branch?
Yikes. That's. What do you even say to that? Have you ever had?
God bless you.
Have you ever had a Trump supporter, Ari, and they just said things so confidently, and it didn't come from a place of like the arrogant, confident people who know nothing, but from like a genuine place of I believe this, and you just like didn't know what to do with the conversation. I've had a few people like that. I just felt bad for them because it's like, what else do you do? Like you've been told this 30, 40, 50 years of your life. This 30-minute conversation here on the TikTok panel is not going to change your mind, but you just feel bad. Thank you guys for knocking
It
up
just
against.
feels like you're punching down.
It does. Yeah, I don't actually.
It's just like, I can't continue this. I'm punching down on you. It just doesn't feel right anymore. Like, yesterday I just had a bunch of people that were, I don't know, men that wanted to yell at women on the internet, so.
American Goddess, you've been chirping here for a while, and I don't know why.
While.
I sent you an invite. Getting aggressive towards people who don't vote the way you tell them to doesn't work. I don't tell people how to vote. Or, yes, correction. I do tell people how to vote based off of what they tell me. If you tell me your values are family, I tell you to vote Democrat. If you tell me your values are actual immigration reform, I tell you to vote Democrat. It's based off of what you give me is how I will tell you to vote. I'm here every single day to present you with the information, and hopefully upon you receiving it, you make an educated decision on it. I don't tell people how to vote. I will shit on you if you vote stupid, though. And that's based off of your words. The Trump supporters will come up and they'll say, I voted for Donald Trump to drain the swamp. I voted for him to get rid of the corruption, to get rid of the waste, fraud, and abuse. Fun fact. Joe Biden, enriched his wealth by $12 million? I believe $10 million was specifically from a book deal that he got. The Trump administration, in 1 year, in the first year, over $3 billion. $3 billion.
Yep.
You guys complain about Joe Biden pardoning his son, or commuting all these other offenses, low-level offenses, BS, MJ, the spliff offenses. And then Donald Trump, week after week after week, is pardoning people, including some Democrats, like the Texas Democrat, who just turned to his side. Then he cussed them out when he didn't vote the way he wanted.
That's all he knows how to do.
With a B? Hold on. I thought I said over $3 billion. $12 million is what Joe Biden made as a presidency. Donald Trump in his first year has made over $3 billion. That's what I was trying to say.
But part of his wealth came from when he was vice president and he had book deals.
Got you. I did. I was emphasizing. Thank you, Be Happy. I got you. Appreciate the follows. All right. Let's see about this one.
Well, I'm going to drop down because, I got to start my own thing in 4 minutes, but I'll stick around to listen to part of this guy.
W's, I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Ari, for coming up. Ari also goes live, so make sure if you're not following her that you do so right now. Really quickly, before we get into the next guest, make sure we're doing all the things to support the platform. Double tap the screen. Let's get the likes up to 200K and beyond. If you click on my name, in the top left corner, you'll see the C1 gift gallery. Feel free to knock out any of the great gifts for the remainder of the week. We try to knock that out every week, and that's one of the ways you can support me alongside the links in the bio, which is follow me on social medias, Hector Talks with 2 R's, join the Discord community, to which we are over 740 members strong. Get yourself some merch off the merch shop at hectorshops.com with 2 R's, or donating directly to the links in the bio. YouTube, you already know what to do. Waffles, I'm going to go out on a wild guess and say you probably voted for Trump, correct?
I did in the 2016
God
election.
bless you.
Oh, okay. I did not in the most recent election. I am conservative. I am not MAGA. And I don't know. I kind of want to get this piece out of my way because Ari accused me of being a Yahtzee, and I just felt like that's such loaded language to use on somebody that you disagree with on initial contact to try and have a good faith based, dialogue. You know, I feel like that word is used to just like, oh, you don't agree with me, so I'm going to call you a Yahtzee. Isn't that a little bit disingenuous
Do
to
you
open up a
remember
conversation
why
with?
she said your username could be associated with being a Nazi?
There might very well be, but did you ever take the chance to consider that maybe I just like waffles, and particularly the Belgian style of waffles? It doesn't have to be Yahtzee related.
Sure, but she made the correlation and the potential allegation of you being a Yahtzee based off of what waffles represents during that time period and that weapon.
God bless you.
Thank you so much, Jamie, for the media shower. Big W to you, Jamie. That leaves us with a couple less gifts in the gift gallery. W to you, Jamie. I appreciate your support.
So you're saying because I have a
she never
silly,
directly said
dumb...
that you were a Nazi. She said you could be based off your username. Fun fact, on this app on a daily basis, we have tons of usernames with little lightning bolts, with the 88s, so on and so forth, which are little code words and dog whistles for far-right Nazis. So she was simply saying, especially based off you being an initial chirper in the comments and saying all your, whatever talking points, that you could have been an individual associated with the same thing.
Yeah, again, once you agree that those are pretty powerful allegations to throw on somebody upon first meeting them, like, hey, imagine I joined your live and just said, the most heinous things about you possible,
God. Sure, you could, and then I would just tell you that you're wrong.
Yeah, but throwing around those allegations kind of reduces the history of what that word actually means.
No, it doesn't. She said you could have been.
It does.
Of what typically happens on these platforms.
But even then, just because it happens on this platform doesn't mean that you should give it validity and just say everybody that talks
in the 2024 election.
Because they didn't align with my beliefs. I didn't believe that he was going to be, representative of my ideas. Oh, and they're going to say I'm going to quit crying. But yeah, you guys realize by throwing around that word so casually, even on a platform, that people are Yahtzees just because you disagree with them.
What idea did you have that Donald Trump didn't align with in the 2024 election?
So I felt like that he was going to feel emboldened on his second term, because on his first term, he had a lot of checks and balances, with the Supreme Court, with, him not controlling all three branches of government. So I thought if he was going to play loose, he would at least have some checks and balances in place. But on the second term, when he was elected, I was just like, I feel like he's going to be too emboldened to do things he wanted to second term that he didn't get to do the first term. So I was just like, I don't want to enable that.
Looks
and
like
at the same time,
right.
Exactly. And at the same time, unfortunately, the Democratic Party didn't make a good case with Kamala Harris. Maybe if they had brought her down earlier, and presented her as a potential candidate instead of at the very last minute, when she would have actually had some opportunity to campaign and whatnot, then I would have been very aligned with her. But unfortunately, with the little time they gave her to actually, make a case for her running for office, she didn't do the best job at it, and it didn't help that her and Joe Biden seemed at odds.
Democrats didn't have to make a case for Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris made a case for Kamala Harris. Do you know what her campaign policies were or promises were?
I'm not Donald Trump. Yeah.
Okay. So that's all you know, is that she wasn't Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't think she would have engaged in the current, predicament that we have ourselves with Iran and whatnot. But aside from that, I don't think she did a very good job of selling me on what her policies were. Because at the end of the day, I want to know what they were. So if you want to explain them to me and tell me why I should have regret not voted for her, then please do tell me.
Sure. I'm going to start off by saying a friendly reminder to the chat. This is the individual who said he would come up, but he didn't feel that there would be any depth to this conversation, as he openly just said that Kamala Harris's policy was that she wasn't Trump, or all he knew, is that she wasn't Trump. Sure, I have no problem telling you what some of Kamala Harris's policies were, and you tell me if you think they're worth a damn.
Absolutely, yeah.
Federal price gouging ban. This is something that we already have individually in many states, but we don't have it on the federal level. And what Kamala Harris would have done in response to some of the price gouging allegations or even announcements that's been made over the last couple of years, that would allow the Attorney General of the United States to then go after these institutions with the full might of the federal government. Do you think that would be a good policy?
Yeah, obviously, in theory, it sounds amazing, but you have to prove that companies were price gouging and that it wasn't actually due to external factors, like inflation that happened, because as we know, during the Biden administration, and I'm not saying it's Biden's fault, but I'm saying every single country in the world experienced mass inflation during COVID.
God bless you.
Supply constraints and all these
Thank
other
you, Mary
things.
Lou, for the mustaches. America.
So while it sounds great to say we're going to be, on the consumer side and, we're going to protect you against companies price gouging you, you actually have to be able to prove that. And do I think she actually had a good case to do that? I don't think so. I think it was more of a buzzword. It's like saying we're going to lower housing costs. We're going to lower, healthcare costs. Like, okay, that sounds amazing, but technically, how are you actually going to manage to do that?
Again, no different from the same way states have been able to do so for several corporations on the local levels. The Kamala Harris would have then done the same on the federal level, and of course she would have to prove it. We live in an innocent until proven guilty country, or at least that's what they allege. So yeah, she would have to prove it, and I think Kamala Harris has a pretty good track record of going after people who unjustly, why am I blanking on the terms? God damn it. $25 billion she was able to win in the state of California for colleges who had predatory lending loans. We can look at the prosecutions that she's made when it comes to sex trafficking and victims of sexual abuse, so on and so forth. In regards to her record, it would have shown that she would have been great for the job, or at least had the right appointee in terms of the Attorney General to do the same thing.
And what do you think about her over prosecution of people of minorities that were accused of drug crimes during her tenure as Attorney General?
That would be non-existent nor reflective of Kamala Harris. If individuals were caught with a substance, Kamala Harris as a prosecutor would have had to follow the law of the land. She doesn't get to just change it because of someone's race.
Okay, okay, but you get to elect what cases you bring up as Attorney General. You can prioritize certain cases over others, You can prioritize an agenda, and it doesn't have to involve something
about the 1956 or 76 convictions for individuals who would have had that substance on them was during her time as the district attorney, which she would have been over in office, not Attorney General.
But in California, though, that's my point, and that is something that would have directly impacted me as somebody that lived in California at the time.
Okay. What is your point exactly? I'm confused.
My point is so I think
she has
was
an
wrong
over
for
prosecution record of minorities, specifically.
Specifically with drug offenses. Yeah, exactly.
Kamala Harris couldn't let people off who were caught with a substance, but you know what she did do?
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware of the back on? Wait, you said you're in California?
But yeah, during that time,
The Back on Track program is what she started for individuals with those low-level offenses to have it completely eliminated from their record. There was counseling, it was job aid, it was some of it was community service, and upon successful completion of the program, they were able to return right back to society. Well, they weren't even arrested. Some of them weren't arrested, but they were able to return into society with a clean record, as if it was never there. That's what Kamala Harris was able to do, despite the law, until it was inevitably legalized in the state. But she couldn't just uproot the law that says you're caught with this, you get prosecuted.
Of course, yeah, I understand she had to follow, obviously federal law.
So how did she over-prosecute individuals? Because one, she couldn't control the racial discrimination of police officers, and that's across the United States. It's in no specific state entirely.
Okay.
She couldn't control the disproportionate stop and frisk. She just only had to deal with the cases that were presented to her in her office.
But okay. So I get that. I truly do. But at the same time, it's like you do have the option to prosecute the cases that you prosecute and the ones that are brought up to your attention. It's like the Supreme Court doesn't hear every single case that gets brought up before them. You know, they have a secret docket, the shadow docket that they can prioritize.
What?
Is it?
That's not that works. What do you hold on. You're speaking as if Kamala Harris is like a private lawyer who can just pick and choose what cases she takes on for a win on her law firm. She was the district attorney for the state or this county. I'm mixing them. Attorney general for the state. District was it Alameda. I may be mixing up the counties. Regardless, she can't just choose what to prosecute.
Okay. So maybe there is I mean, okay, obviously there is a case to make there that maybe nothing else could have changed, but it's just like, aside from her, okay, so you're saying she was very forgiving and very progressive on how we should treat.
She did her best surrounding the laws at the time. One of them was that she advocated against the death penalty. She did not support it because of how it disproportionately affected black and brown individuals. That got her in trouble with several police unions at the time. And almost threatened her elections into attorney general and then even senator. And then as a senator, she was the one who was on the front line of legalizing MJA in the state, which we saw took place. She was also on the front line of police accountability. California, I believe, was the first or second state ever to completely require officers to wear body cams and have it on. That was her. And then it led to the rest of the country. She did quite a bit.
Okay. And I can definitely agree with you on that, especially on the death penalty, because at least that we can support, because I feel like the death penalty often leads to innocent people being put on death row that shouldn't. So yeah, so on that we're in agreement. And it's really funny to just watch your chat just accuse me of things, even though I'm trying to have an open dialogue with you and willing to change my opinion and admit I'm wrong.
They deal with a lot of y'all on a daily basis. Okay, it just makes them
a lot of y'all.
Fine. Debbie's in the chat to Wesley for the $2 super chat. Has he denied it yet? Shit, I'm blanking on what you're specifically referencing. Why do you guys keep tagging Debate Me and putting Debate Me in the chat when there isn't a whole request box and a call-in number there that you refuse to press? You guys are jokes. Guys, best way to support the platform is going to be the links in the bio. Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. Hector Talks with 2 R's on Cash App and Venmo. PayPal, Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. If you're over on the Tube side, you can send a super chat or a super sticker. Also, W's in the chat to Phoenix for the $5 super chat. Time to watch this caller contort and find reasons why Harris wasn't a good candidate. Hint, it's misogyny, always has been, always will be. And we'll see about that. I am curious as to what your other, I guess, points of contention were, or better yet, you never said there's something that you didn't like about her. You just said you didn't know her policies, and I just gave you
I just feel like the DNC, I just feel like the DNC did a terrible point of advertising her and what her policies were. I feel like the priority headline was, "We are not Donald Trump, and we have to save democracy," without any concrete details. And if I'm being honest, I think you're the first person I've heard that's been able to defend her policies and point to other things. So I'm just like, okay, aside from her stance on criminal reform and the good things she did as Attorney General in California, like, what are other policies that you liked about her that you believed were great?
Kamala Harris planned to build 3 million new homes by the end of her first term. That most likely wouldn't have happened. It probably would have taken more, but it was a goal that was to actively tackle the housing crisis. We know that the price of homes has substantially increased, and one of those reasons are because we have more people than we have some of the single unit or multi-unit homes. She was just planning to build more and put them out into the market, which would then decrease the prices of the ones we have sitting there. And the new homes that she was going to build would have been built with more efficient products because of the more greener-friendly regulations passed under the Inflation Reduction Act. So then individuals would have been able to move into these homes upon them being built being able to benefit from lower energy prices because of the efficiency of said homes. She would have given those affordable contractors, home building contractors, tax credits, which have then helped ramp up the production. And she even explored opening up federal land to build them. Not to mention her $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers, which would have then helped them as well, which they still have to qualify for based off your credit and everything else. But that would have helped Americans substantially.
Okay. And you think she would have been able to overcome California's like infamously NIMBY community that just seems to oppose, affordable housing at any point, Because didn't California have like to have each of its cities propose how they would issue or how they would deal with the affordable housing crisis? And a lot of the cities, like I think San Diego, even San Francisco, were just like, no, we're not going to, listen to that. We don't want to build affordable housing because everybody supports
when I say
affordable housing.
We're not talking about HUD or anything of that sort. That's not what it was, or at least not in total. Secondly, we're not talking about California. This was a federal policy that she would have done for the country. So it's not just about what would have taken place in California.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying that, like, okay. So in your opinion, if you were to become president, you think that would show some fruition at this point? So, okay, that's fair. It's just, she's from California, and Californians, like I said, they like to say we support affordable housing, but when it actually comes to it being built, they don't want it anywhere near where they live. At least that's been my experience and what I've seen.
Again, because you're thinking of like government subsidized housing. When I say affordable, it's not only in referencing HUD or things of the sort.
Okay, understandable.
Are you aware of her $50,000 tax credit for first-time business owners? She would have multiplied it by 10.
I'm aware of tax credits and whatnot, and like you said, the initial home loan assistance up to $25,000.
Yeah, well, one is down payment assistance, one is a tax credit. Those are different.
Okay, gotcha. I understood. But yeah, in my opinion, stuff like tax credits or assistance for mortgages seems to not land the way it intends to. It's like electric vehicle tax credits. Like they sound great because then you're like, we can make EVs affordable for people, but the majority of people that take advantage of those kinds of credits don't tend to be lower class or middle class, but maybe like middle class and upper middle class.
Sure, but the incentivizing is what is the reason why even Teslas are affordable now. You can get a Tesla starting at $35,000 versus what they used to be. They used to start at what, 50, 60K. It's because of the infrastructure, because of what we've invested into these electric grid increases, charging stations, the tax credits and incentives is why we've had the innovation and the ramping up of EVs to the point where the average American can now afford it. Now, if you're talking about someone who's dirt poor, then no, but to the middle class, it's still extremely helpful in the middle class field economy.
You seem so much more in touch with the actual base and what they want. Like, why doesn't the DNC hire you as a consultant? Because I'll be honest, ultimately, it comes out to messaging. Okay, it comes out on messaging. You obviously explained policies that I wasn't aware of, that were failures of the DNC, and I feel like even right now there's a lot of infighting between the DNC, especially with all the socialist Democrats that are getting elected, that the DNC still doesn't seem to be fully backing. So
yeah, you keep talking about the DNC. Is there a DNC rally or DNC social media page that everyone goes to for their news? Everything that I'm citing right now, I got from Kamala Harris. I was invested in what she was going to do for the country. So I read her website. I read her policies, her 82-page document, A New Way Forward for the Middle Class. I watched her rallies in state after state after state where she mentioned the policies that I'm talking about right now. So why do you keep bringing up the DNC? We're well aware, to be clear, we're well aware of the fact that the DNC did not support Kamala Harris to the degree that they should have. But that support doesn't negate her qualifications, her intelligence, and what she would have done.
Okay, so if you want to tell me there's no messaging problem and that she had policies
I'm
that
not saying that there's no messaging problem. There absolutely is. But I'm also saying some of the things that I just mentioned there, I didn't learn it from the DNC. I learned it because I wanted to know about the candidate, and I listened to it from the candidate's mouth, the candidate's websites. If you were actually that interested in knowing what she had to offer, you would have found out. And some of the stuff that I mentioned there, even though some of it may have not been broadcasted to the same degree, was still very much on the news. It was talked about by left-wingers like myself on TikTok, by CNN, so on and so forth. I think at some point, you have to ask yourself, is it so much about messaging or the fact that I didn't want to know or care to know? Because to the people who did, we knew. Like myself, it was my first election voting. Everything that I know right now, I didn't get from the news. I did some digging. But yes, it was also posted on social media. Do you have a specific contention with Kamala Harris?
No, I don't.
You have no beef with her whatsoever?
Nope. No beef with her.
So this is all just about you not looking into what she was going to do.
Yeah, probably. And that makes me aware of my mistakes for the past election, because I thought sitting it out would be the better of two options, but it was not.
Huh. When was the last election you voted in?
2016.
You didn't vote in 2020?
Correct. I did not.
You had an issue with Joe Biden?
Not that I had an issue. It's just I figured my vote didn't matter. I felt like he was just like the most establishment facing, presenting candidate that I was just like, I know which way my state is going to vote. And it's a privilege to admit that and to know that, to not participate. But
You said you're not in California, though.
Correct. Yeah. But I've gone on to Washington. So kind of both on the same, political ideology.
I mean, I would still argue if enough people shared that sentiment, that's why we can see places like California almost in their governor race give it up to that, what's his name? The Republican guy.
Hilton? Yeah.
Yeah. He got close. He was literally in the lead for several hours when they were counting until they got those other counties in. That is I think if anything, I think the California primary is a prime time example of I don't give a damn how safe you think your state is, especially with growing misinformation and disinformation about Democrats and sentiments against affordability and stuff, or LGBTQ issues. Your state's not safe. Not really, especially California.
No, we saw some of the candidates that came up and were close to winning, and then it's just because of mail-in ballots and everything else that came in later that we were like, okay, all right, so it's really not an option to sit out any election, and I recognize that I was ignorant in my privilege, and I won't be doing that moving forward, but I don't know. You definitely educated me on a lot of Kamala's policies that I wasn't aware of, because I do try to educate myself. Okay, I'm not here trying to be like, oh, I didn't like Kamala because she was a woman or because of whatever reason, X, Y, or Z. I just generally thought the stuff that I heard was going to be worse for our country.
What stuff did you hear?
When I hear more government intervention, like when you want to try to create more affordable housing, when you want to...
You don't think that would be an appropriate response to growing homelessness in the United States and an unstable economy?
I think it's a very complicated issue, but from where I lived in California, the expansion of resources to address that problem didn't seem to make a dent in the issue. So that's why I was like, oh, why don't we try something different? Because if it's not working at a local level, what makes me think it's going to work at a federal level? But
you guys allocate billions of dollars to address your homeless issue, and I believe it's shown fruition. There's only so much you can do in the rising cost of living. California is the fourth largest economy in the world.
It is. And yeah, I understand I should always vote, especially when I have a privilege. That's a mistake I've learned the hard way, guys. So I will not be.
Also, yeah, I just wanted to double check this before I quoted it. I was correct. Homelessness has decreased in California. It dropped by 2.8%, and this would be over the course of the last 15 years.
Okay, so again, I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist, and I understand they might have some metrics by which they're measuring that. But if you literally go downtown to where I used to live and see the difference between before and now, I'm not trying to sound like, California is like some hellhole or anything. Don't worry, it's amazing, and I love it. Okay, but it doesn't seem like that's the actual truth. And when you see all the corruption that happens in those organizations that are in charge of dispersing those funds to address a problem, I just feel like there's a need for accountability.
No one disagrees with that. In regards to any alleged fraud that may be taking place in the region, your state does have one of the best records for actually catching their fraudsters statistically compared to much other ones. And yes, you go down some streets right now, you see more homeless people, you see more people with substance issues, and it's going to make it seem like things aren't getting better. But that's because everything has gone up. Your population has seen, I think now a decline, to be fair. But I don't know. I don't understand why we look at homelessness the way that we do, especially when we look at the state of the world in general, but the United States today, with how expensive everything has gotten from after the pandemic. We were bound to see some fallout from that, including homelessness, especially with unemployment being where it is, the private sector shrinking in certain key areas. We should have anticipated more homelessness, and your state is doing quite a bit to actually address it. But y'all have, 39? How many people in California? Is it 39 million?
A lot of people. We got the largest population per capita. They don't ever adjust for it. It's just a headline.
Yeah, 39.5 million. So it's going to be more apparent because you have more people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. I think you just need to read more.
Oh, okay. I mean, sheesh. Yeah, I'm not close to that. I come up here for specifically those purposes. So, educate me. I'm willing to change my mind. So, I appreciate you. You definitely gave me a new perspective. And like I said, sheesh, I think you did a better job of representing Kamala than anybody else I heard in the mainstream media. So
I get that.
There's that.
That's how I got on social media. I held a live and it said, "Ask me questions about Kamala Harris." That's literally how I started here a year and a half ago. In part because of the failures of the DNC and everything else. So I understand that perspective that you're talking about. I just can't give you a cop-out or excuse because I wanted to know about her. I went and learned. I wanted to know about Trump. He was the one who was covered heavily in the media, of course, because of his quips and all that bullshit. But I don't know. I think when you know about something, do your research. I think you go to the right places, you're going to find what you need to know. Anything else is kind of an excuse.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you, and sorry for what I said earlier. I think it's just because when you bring up, people that aren't willing to engage, actually, the conversation just seems so, I don't know, basic and just rage baity. But when you actually bring somebody up that actually wants to learn, it your stuff. So.
Oh, wow. Did you just say that I respond to people dependent on the guest? Did you just say that if the guest isn't a complete fucking shithead, that I will not address them as a complete fucking shithead? That's crazy.
I know. Sorry. I'm so used to my For You page just being nothing but rage bait. So I apologize. All right. You match energy. So respect.
Appreciate the conversation, man.
All right. I'll.
Call from.
I know he was frustrating to y'all, but that's one of the best conversations I've had all day.
Press
So,
1.
Callie on the line. Did you vote for Trump?
I sure did.
Do you regret your vote?
No, I think Trump protects us from terrible groups.
Like what?
Well, the first group that I think is a threat to America are the secular communists.
Sure. Hold, please. W's in the chat to Phoenix for the $2 super chat. Caller, if you actually cared, you would research. Yeah, that's the part. It's kind of like what the Republicans often say about the bootstrap mentality. Oh, if you don't make money, go make more money. Just go make more money, right? If you want to learn something about Democrats, about the candidate, go research them. It's the same thing. It's not the exact same thing, but whatever. And W's in the chat to Phoenix once again for the $5 super chat. If you learn something, hit those pay links. Look, I'll help cover. I'll help cover some of your education. Phoenix willing to help y'all out. Also, she's 6,000% correct. If you learned something new today, if you like the platform, you want to support what we do here, say hi to my cute face, you may do so with the links in the bio, Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. Those of you on the YouTube side, please hit the like button on the stream, subscribe, turn on notifications as bell, and if you want to support the platform, super chat, super sticker, or by becoming a member. Back to you. You said Donald Trump is protecting us from secular communists.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is communism?
What definition you want? It's separate. I mean,
What
there's a couple
definition
of
that I
different
want?
definitions.
The definition
I'll
of
tell you what
communism?
Okay, it's when the government takes control of the private industries.
No.
That's not communism?
No, it's not.
Okay, what's communism?
Communism would be a stateless, classless, moneyless society. In regards to countries that would be regarded as communist in the United States, yes, you can look to places like Cuba and see how the government would quote-unquote control everything, but even Cubans would tell you that that's not true communism. It's actually confirmed in a recent Nick Shirley video that he put out when he went to the region. It was literal Cubans saying that it wasn't communism.
What about North Korea?
I don't know if we consider North Korea communist. It'd be more so authoritarian as fuck.
Is Venezuela communist?
Okay, yeah, official. So officially, yeah, but that's just yeah. But still, it's one of those things where there's places that are considered or regarded as communist by the United States and other regions, but in actual practice, if we align it with what communism is, the true values, not really. Regardless, if you're concerned of communists destroying the country, if that's such a huge thing to you, then you would have no fear whatsoever of the Democratic Party, because no one in the Democratic Party is communist.
Yeah, but I think the communist base, especially in college campuses, it seems like it's bigger than the Democratic base.
Are you threatened by just a bunch of kids who just want everybody to be fed and housed? What?
No, I'm not threatened by those kids. I'm threatened by the kids that, celebrate terror attacks. And
yeah, no aspect of communism is celebrating terrorist attacks.
Yeah, you've never seen like videos of college kids waving Hamas flags, Hezbollah flags. They got hammer and sickle shirts. You never seen those kids?
You
They're all
mean
marching
college
together?
kids protesting against the genocide in Gaza and they're waving Palestinian flags, wearing watermelon shirts? Those kids?
No, it's not just Palestinian flags. They also have Hamas flags and Hezbollah flags. They have the mask on with the scarves and they say death to the capitalists.
Those kids can be arrested
they say that they're
and
communists.
prosecuted. That is not reflective of the left in any way, shape, or form.
What is that a reflection of? The right?
No, it's a reflection of fucking nut jobs. Honestly, just fucking nut jobs. Or better yet, actually, I take that back. There's been one or two, I can admit, and I spoke to them on my platform, one or two, I used to be mutuals with this leftist, I unfollowed her so goddamn quick, who was saying that everything that was spread from America about Hamas was propaganda and they were actually the good guys. There's one fucking person ever that I've spoken to on the left who said that shit. And I said they were a fucking nut job. They are the super minority of anything from the left.
So like guys like Hassan Piker and Destiny, Hassan Piker is a literal communist, and I think Hassan Piker is a security.
Is Hassan Piker's communist?
He says he's a communist.
I don't know shit about Hassan Piker. I don't listen or watch Hassan Piker. Do you base your positions, your political positions off of internet personalities?
No, I'm saying these guys have huge followings. Like they're freaking gigantic. Like Hassan Piker is huge, and he calls for the death of capitalists on his streams. He calls for the death of capitalists. He says America deserves 9/11, and when you read his comments, people agree with him.
Okay, there are nut jobs on all sides. I don't know what you want me to say. Yes, Hassan Piker identifies as a socialist and a Marxist, and while he avoids calling himself a strict communist, he has stated that he has no problem with the end goal of communism. Okay, so basically a Marxist who is not opposed to communism. Okay.
Oh, what the freak was that? That doesn't scare me.
It's a gift thing. Thank you guys for knocking out those. Thank you for the follows. Can we knock out these little gift goals here so I can get them reset? Gift alive, show the algorithm want to be here. Click on my name in the top left corner as well. For the gift gallery, if you guys want to knock out any of the grayed out gifts there. W's in the chat to Crystal for the $3 Venmo. Isn't all Congress secular because it's separated from religion? I do want to get his definition of secular momentarily. W's in the chat to Shauna for the $5.
God bless you.
Venmo. Waffles was stale. Damn. I appreciate y'all. Anyone else want to support the platform, please feel free to do so. Links in the bio. Also, Hassan, yeah, that's correct.
You said
he's not a Democrat. Sorry, go ahead.
Can I get to one more thing? You said that we have separation of church and state, I believe.
We do. We should. Donald Trump is threatening that. Republicans are threatening that.
Yeah, but don't the state heavily regulates the church, like religion?
What regulation are you referencing?
Like in some religions you can't do, like some religions you can do. There's animal sacrifice. I think animal sacrifice is illegal.
No.
Child marriage is illegal.
I don't think any state has animal sacrifices legal.
No, but I'm saying like if you're a man, isn't like a man can't marry a 14-year-old? Like if some religions allow for that.
I don't care what religion allows for that. Here in the United States, specifically blue states, that's where most child marriage is outlawed. Republicans are fighting against that in red states. Why doesn't Donald Trump protect us from that?
They're fighting to marry 14-year-olds in red states.
Red states are the ones fighting back against banning child marriage.
Oh, I didn't know. I mean, if that's going on, then no, that's wrong.
Those are the ones that are Republican led.
Like you can't have multiple wives neither in the United States.
Actually, don't
like some religions allow.
I don't know why we would legislate that. That's stupid. That's a stupid thing. I could care less how many wives someone has. That doesn't impact my life.
Yeah, no, I know that. I'm just saying that the state heavily regulates what religions can do.
I mean, it's not necessarily regulating what religions can do. Whatever belief system or practice that you may have, religious or otherwise, if it violates state or federal law, you just can't do it. It's not against.
Yeah.
That's not regulating religion necessarily.
I mean, it kind of is. Like
kind of, but not. It's not directed towards regulating religions.
Hmm.
It was not created for the purpose of regulating a religion. It's just our laws here. Thank you, Liv, for the finger thingy. I appreciate you.
Okay.
What else do you think? What do you think Donald Trump is protecting us from? Because he quite literally has put us in harm's way time and time again since taking the Oval Office. Whether it's from starvation via his cuts to SNAP, or his government shutdowns due to DHS funding, whether it's instigations of the war in Iran, which could wake up sleeper cells here domestically, jacking up the gas prices and grocery prices, whether it is his ramping up of AI, which is leading to a lack of security and jobs, where there's losing more manufacturing. We've seen a 16% reduction since what we had last year. Donald Trump has not been protecting us in any way.
We lose manufacturing under just about every president.
Sure, but 16% increase upon Donald Trump touting around quote unquote record investments, or his tariffs that were supposed to bring it back, showed to be a monumental failure.
So how many manufacturing jobs did Trump bring back to? I mean, did Trump say that is being invested in the United States?
Well, he never gave a specific number. He just often touts around the $19 trillion of investments that we're supposed to get in the United States. We saw a recent study showed we've only actually had 150 billion worth of contracts, actual contracts versus pledges.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons why a lot of jobs don't want to invest back in the U.S. too is because of the heavy regulations. I know the United States is one of the most heavily regulated countries on the planet.
I think uncapped capitalism is why they don't want to invest in the United States, because it's infinitely cheaper to do so abroad and you can make more. You can correlate that to the regulations, but those regulations are meant to protect consumers.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that the problem with protecting regulations based on protection is that it can cause other issues. It can cause hiring issues, like some jobs. You know this guy called Peter Schiff? He talked about how some regulations can stop people from being hired.
Sure, those would be good regulations. If there's a regulation that says this person has to pass this background check, it has to have this kind of record, or you have to have this certification for the job, that is protecting the employee, that is protecting the company, that is protecting the consumer.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand it's for protection, but the problem is when you get all these issues because you want the protection, you can't say that, oh man, jobs don't want to, it's hard to find jobs. Like
if you don't qualify for the job, then that's you not qualifying for the job, for not having the necessary, if required, licenses, bachelor degrees, so on and so forth. But that's not even necessarily a regulation for bachelor's degrees.
God bless you.
Field. What do you? Is there a regulation you have a contention with specifically that you think is harmful or counterproductive to innovation? Like, do you have one of those, or?
Well, I think for example, California, I think it was one of the housing regulations to where they said, I believe it has something to do with solar panels. Let me look it up real quick. Some people were complaining that it was expensive with the solar panels, and it was required that you have them in some of the houses in California.
Hold on.
Let me see. Hold on. I'm trying to find it. And California has something like 420,000 regulations. It's the most heavily regulated state.
Yeah. Let's see. State law, state requires solar panels, newly constructed single family homes, low-rise multi-buildings. Okay, so California requires solar panels on all newly constructed single-family homes and low-rise multi-family buildings. When did this pass?
Yeah, and they said it was driving up the cost of housing.
1 or 2 energy homes must include at least 240 feet of total solar zone area per unit, with at least one contiguous, I'm not pronouncing that right, area at 100 feet. It's when the manual effect. Yeah, so this is in effect, and it has been since 2020. Laws expanded in 2023 include most multifamily dwellings, offices, and retail spaces. Okay.
Yeah, and the weird, they have, like, California has these weird, like, zoning regulations. So they want like a certain amount of, like, I guess like trees or parks or whatever, and it also drives up the cost of of housing when you got like these. I think New Jersey has them too with these weird zoning regulations that we have, and it makes housing more expensive.
Okay, so yeah, California's trying to lead in renewable energy. Also, this is just a requirement on new homes. There's no mandate to put them on previous homes. So a large portion of California homes having it would be due to the citizens of the state wanting it to bring down their costs. And yes, there's initially increased upfront costs, which is one of the reasons why on the federal level, we even subsidize the hell out of it. I was able to give people a lot of benefits.
God bless you.
Thank you, Karen, for Community Rally gift. I appreciate you. I mean, if you have an issue with that, you can always just buy an older home.
So what about, you said the homelessness in California went down 2.6% over 15 years or something like that?
2.8%.
2.8% over 15. Do you think that's like good? Like 15, it took them 15 years to drop it to 2.8%?
I think it's better than nothing.
Yeah, well, of course, it's better than nothing. But like, I mean, California, it still has the most homelessness in the country, despite them being a more like,
it's also the most populated state in the country. And despite it being, California is not a socialist communist state. So even the individuals in the region who want more housing, want more subsidization, who want us to house more homeless people, wouldn't be able to do so in the legislative branch. So there's that.
But I think the problem with homelessness is that homelessness is extremely a complex issue. Like there are people who, it's a really hard thing to solve because some people are just drug addicts. Some people have mental illness. Some people they like being homeless, believe it or not. Some people actually like being homeless.
Sure.
Like they don't want.
There's a large portion of them who don't. And even for those addicts, having programs that can help them into recovery and put them on a clean path back into society would still be more beneficial.
God bless you.
What I would argue California is doing now.
God bless you.
California could do more of. Thank you, Ford, for the hand hearts. I appreciate
God
you.
bless you.
It's going to go off a few times.
So in the states where they got drug programs, is there like a massive increase in people getting off drugs?
A massive increase? I would say there's definitely an increase substantially. There's been more aid. Sure.
So okay. Yeah,
Whoever's in the chat to Mike for the $2 Venmo, he is incorrect. I really hate when people are not living in the state and they talk about the state like they know what's going on here. It's annoying as fuck. Yeah, California is typically the GOP punching bag for stuff. It's weird.
So why is California so expensive? It's ridiculously expensive.
It's the fourth largest economy in the world. Did you expect everything to be cheap?
So so it seems like the bigger the economy, the more expensive things become.
Kinda, yeah, with all the things that they do. And sure, you can sit and talk about the regulations that may have played a role in contributing, but it also has much more safety nets, much more job opportunities to counteract that.
Yeah, because like Spain has a 10.10 unemployment. Like the crap that they offer to people in Spain is ridiculous. They have a maternity leave that's really, they get like a really long maternity leave. They get, if you want to fire somebody, it's expensive to fire somebody. It's like you're better off keeping them as a employee than actually firing them, because they make it so expensive for you to get, like if you want to fire them, to actually fire them in Spain. Spain has this issue with they also have like really long vacations in Spain.
Do you like these things?
Huh?
Do you like those things?
I mean, I like them as a worker, but it's not good for the employer.
What do you mean it's not good for the employer? I think a strong employee, it helps with employee retention, not having a high turnover rate, increased morale, productivity. All of this has been studied.
So why why does places
Are
like
you an? I'm
that
sorry. Are you an
got high-
employer?
Huh?
Do y'all want the drop pool? Honestly, let me know if you want the drop pool, because I'm kind of over this conversation too.
I'm sorry.
Are you an employer?
I'm not an employer. No.
Okay.
It's just what I'll be. I just watch different videos on employers and
Do you,
what
do
they
you make
say.
more
I've
than
talked to- I've talked to some of
$100,000
them.
a year?
Huh?
Do you make more than $100,000 a year?
Oh no.
I'm baffled
My-
at why you're so gung ho on sucking off the corporations. And I'm a little confused.
No, I'm not sucking up the corporations. I just wanted to get the other side because I talk to employers, and they say that a lot of them say that they don't want to hire because it's too expensive. I didn't know what they meant. I was just trying to get informed, and they said the regulations make it so expensive to hire people. That's what they tell me.
Yeah.
Because I go around, me and my cousin, we go around, we talk to different people, and I watch videos on it. So.
Thank you, Monster, for the red card. I mean, so there's a lot of breaks and incentives, and Kamala Harris actually ran off of giving additional ones for small business owners, for people for the middle class. The other business owners complaining about the sheer amount of regulations hurting their businesses, I guess they would just prefer everything to be uncapped, and then we'd be in a catastrophic position. So, doesn't sound like a good thing. I mean, of course, corporations, companies are going to want to make more money, and they'll complain about the things that impact it, but those regulations exist for a reason, and it's to protect you and I, mostly, and even the employer to some degree.
So, like, if a job like McDonald's or something like that, they wanted like a $15, $20 an hour minimum wage, I believe, right? In New York and places like that.
Yeah, a lot of states do not go by the federal minimum wage. I'm thankful that they don't.
Yeah, so I think it depends on what you do for your job. Like if you're flipping French fries or making burgers, I personally don't think that's worth $20 an hour, but I guess they're required, or they're required to pay that. And a lot of these
I think the minimum wage helps to adjust for the cost of living. Just because you don't see the value in said work doesn't mean they shouldn't be able to work that job and be able to survive.
Well, would you pay a kid $20 an hour?
What?
Like you yourself?
To
like
do
if you were an
what?
employer.
To do what?
Like to flip fries. Would you pay them $20-25 an hour?
If I was a small business employer in the
Like-
state of California, yes, I would hope to pay them more. I don't want to pay them less.
Wait, you would want to pay them if they say, hey, welcome to whatever, and they flipping burgers. You're saying that's worth $25 an hour?
It can be in the state of California specifically. When it comes to the increase of the federal minimum wage, this has been debated several times, and I, for one, think it should be adjusted per state if it's going to be a substantial increase, because red states are broke enough. But for places like California, $20 ain't shit.
So then why don't
What,
they increase the wage to
25,
$100 in California?
What is it, 25? That would probably be, give you about, what, 50, 70K? Like, it's not a lot of money.
So why don't they just go up to $100 an hour?
Because a lot of businesses can't afford to do that. What the fuck do you mean?
What about the big corporations? What about them?
They don't want to. They want to make money.
But they can afford. So you're saying they can afford to pay these people $100 to what about $1,000 an hour?
What the fuck? What are these hypotheticals? What are you getting at here?
I'm trying to figure out what's the livable wage for you?
What is
in your opinion?
In my opinion, what does that matter? The average income in the United States, I believe, is I believe now it's 60,000. I want to say 60,000. So break that down to what it is. I think that should be the minimum. Of course, once again, red states probably wouldn't be able to, actually definitely cannot afford that. Therefore, it should be adjusted. But then again, you can live off of less in red states.
Well, you said red states are, a lot of red states are extremely prosperous. Texas is a very prosperous state. Look at Utah.
Yeah.
Utah ain't poor.
I mean, Texas is doing pretty well, but not in several other areas. I mean, we quite literally have just, Greg Abbott himself even introduced additional regulations specifically on AI data centers because of the benefits that they're getting. He called on Congress to do so, including getting rid of their exemptions. But also Texas doesn't really do quite a bit for Texans. We're defunding schools even more. We just banned any type of trust tax or taxes on certain assets. We're not great when it comes to the people.
What about Florida? Florida is a prosperous state.
Okay, I don't know what the point you're trying to make is.
You said red states are poor.
Yes, a lot of red states are poor. Alabama, Mississippi, Montana, Indiana.
Yeah, but
in blue states, the ones that you're complaining about, the ones that you say are so expensive, fund those red states. They subsidize those red states.
Yeah, because most of the red states are like farming area. It's usually for like farmers and stuff like that. Of course, they don't have these big, gigantic skyscrapers like the blue states.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
It's
and
usually,
comparing them to blue states is ridiculous
but the blue
because they
states
don't have half the problems.
The blue states are more
infrastructure.
expensive though.
Hi, Ford.
Hello. How are you, my friend?
Don't ask.
I see it, bro. I see it. So, caller, here's one thing that I want to bring up. I'm a statistical guy. So I don't know if you've ever met me before or seen me on the chats. I'm all about statistics. If you go to states that have a minimum wage of anywhere between $15 and $20 and go to states with the highest inflation rate, you will see the Democratic states that have the $15 to $20 minimum wage or a minimum wage that is double that of the $7.25 also have the lowest inflation rate. For example, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, and Connecticut, 3 states that have substantially lower inflation rate while still maintaining a significantly higher minimum wage. That is because the Democratic states, like New Jersey is one of them too. So just like California, when you're talking about California, you're like, well, why is the houses and why does it cost so much more to live? That is a fact. That is a fact. But the average household income in California is like $96,000 to $114,000 a year. What do you think the average household income is in like states like Alabama and states like Kentucky and other states like Tennessee? What do you think the median household income is?
It's low, but those states are filled with they're high minority groups, so it's very.
It's half of that. It's half of that.
Thank you,
so the Republican states, Hector brings up a good point that not only do Republican states lead in high poverty rate, they lead in low economic rates, low education rates, and significantly higher crime per capita than what Democratic cities and states do.
Hold on, but look at the education in those states. The education in those states are low because of the Alabama and those states are low because of low education.
Yeah,
yes.
They invest substantially less than blue states in education.
Yeah, and those states are highly minority. They're majority black states. Like they're majority black.
Not
That's why
necessarily. While most black people reside in the South, which has a lot to do with the cost of living, that's not reflective of red states having the most overall minorities.
Can you say that again?
Most black people reside in the South, but that's mostly due to cost of living, due to our average household income being lesser than other demographics, not for any Republican policy, because most black people vote Democrat. Really quickly, W's in the chat to Shauna for the $10 Venmo. The caller's brain is melting, or maybe he's melting mine. Drop pool for Mr. Inquisitive. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Amanda for the $2 Venmo. Please ask this caller why he chooses cruelty over kindness. If we have to do capitalism, then everyone should get a living wage, and at minimum. Also, ask him how it feels to be propagandized by the rich while they don't give a fuck about him. Thank you, Hector. Love you. That's why I asked him if he had a business or was a business owner or something or made this amount of money. Because he's just like, well, I talked to business owners, and the business owners tell me, the worker, who they're exploiting, that regulations are hard on them. It's fucking crazy. W's in the chat to...
I'm not a business owner.
I'm aware. W's in chat to Amy for the $10 PayPal. I didn't hang up.
He got that MAGA mobile.
I didn't hang up. Call back. I don't know what happened. I don't know if he lost service or didn't like me doing thanking the people who support my platform. Whatever.
Well, he doesn't have Verizon.
Thank you, Amy. For the 10, living wage is determined by city. Exactly. 6,000%. That's literally why, again, certain states have the federal minimum wage, but they still pay above. Certain cities pay more. Austin pays more than Dallas. Dallas could pay more than Houston. It's all different. It all depends on the state. Sometimes those city representatives come together and decide to kind of set an average to pay in the area that does not necessarily go by the federal minimum wage, but it still needs to be increased. W's in the chat to... Oh, man, I just said propaganda. I got you. W's in the chat to Miss Donna for the $5 Cash App. Caller be gone expeditiously.
Long time listener, first time caller.
Andrew.
You just called back?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. The call, the line dropped.
Gotcha. I wasn't sure about that either. Really quickly, hold for a
I
second.
don't want to take up too much of your time. I know you want to get to other callers,
really
but
just call back
what was
and
you
we
saying
hit the
again?
drop
The other guy.
I feel bad now. Have you? Sometimes I try to lighten up the live. Have you ever heard Jimmy Barnes scream?
Jimmy.
Do you know who Jimmy Barnes is? I take that as a no. Jimmy Barnes, the musician.
I heard of Jimmy Bones. I don't know what Jimmy Burns is.
I got you. So I think it's the funniest shit ever. And you seem like an all right guy. I think you're going to get a good laugh at this. Give me a second. I'm going to play Jimmy Barnes screaming.
Oh. Sounds like dolphins. Welkom bij de Super Voten.
Thank you guys so much for hitting the drop pool with Karen sending the final $25. Drop pool. Thank you for trying. Thank you for trying to educate. I appreciate you. Caller, no hard feelings. You were rough, but no hard feelings. Someone paid to drop you. A few people paid to drop you. And I respect capitalism on this platform. Dubs in the chat to y'all for hitting the drop pool. I appreciate your support. Whew. I kind of felt bad about that one, I'm not gonna lie. He called right back after Karen sent the fucking money. Trump supporters requested for the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, and we call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Thomas, did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
Do you regret your vote?
No.
Why is that?
Because the other side condones socialism, or at least tolerates it.
What? The other side could have done socialism or tolerate it?
No, because the other side either condones socialism or tolerates it.
The Democratic Party does not support socialism.
Has any Democrat politician been an outspoken critic of Zoran Mamdani?
Yeah,
Bernie
a few
Sanders or
actually have
Alexandria
criticized him. They
Ocasio-Cortez?
said some of his policies could be too aggressive, so on and so forth. There were several that spoke out against him on the campaign
Okay, which
trail.
ones? I'll
But
consider
I
voting
don't
for
know
those ones.
why that would be relevant, considering the exceptional job Zohran Mamdani has done in the New York City.
Has he done an exceptional job? What has he done an exceptional job at?
What do you mean? What has he done an exceptional job at? We can look at the first city-run grocery store that's opening over this summer, the potholes that he's been able to
hasn't
fill,
opened.
the complete restructuring that he's allowed to do with the investments that he's made in Albany, the restructuring of deals that was able to get a $4 billion assistance from the state.
All of those things are policies from the previous
budget.
Eric Adams administration. None
It's
of
not.
those are on Mamdani's
they
own
weren't.
policies.
It's not.
Can you tell me when
Thomas,
Eric
double
Adams
truthful.
ran off
Absolutely.
of actually leveling
all of the budgeting that
in
has
the
taken
budget?
place under Zoran Mamdani's administration have been in place since the previous one.
No, it's not.
No, there's about a $12 billion downfall of Eric Adams, and Madonna has actually been able, he has actually been able to close that gap of the $12 billion.
How has he closed that gap? What has he done?
I literally mentioned some of the ways that he's been able
Yeah.
to so far.
No,
but
how
you're
did
not
he
listening
close the
to
gap? You just said
anything
he had
that
a-
I just said.
You just said he had a $12 billion gap when he came into office. How did he close
What
that
did
gap?
I just say?
You just said that he did a whole bunch of funding in these cities that help him develop, like Astoria.
I
don't
mentioned
know. I mean,
three things specifically, and none of that shit registered in your brain.
I mean, if you would like to tell me how he closed the gap in the
He
in the
was
budget,
able to make record investments in Albany, restructuring some of the deals that we had with the region. Then he was able to also change the change how they paid out workers, the time frame.
How does any
not
of
to
that
mention
cut a deficit?
The pied-à-terre tax that we have was supposed to have an additional $500 million in revenue. And all
Did
of these
it?
new deals was what he used, what he took
Did
to the
it?
governor,
Did the
what he
pied-à-terre
took to the
tax
governor, Kathy
increase
Hochul,
revenue
to
by-
get the additional
you can't
$4
answer the
billion
question.
from the state. What?
Did it increase revenue though? Because we don't know yet, do we?
What do you mean did it increase revenue?
We haven't had
Yes.
that tax hasn't been in place yet. We don't know if
The
it's
one
increased
tax I
revenue.
mentioned, pied-à-terre, no, that hasn't been in
when was
place
that?
yet.
Okay, so if it hasn't been in place yet, you haven't increased revenue.
Oh my god.
Oh my god? You're citing taxes that haven't been placed yet
I
as
mentioned
increases
that
in revenue?
tax specifically being one of the deals he was able to use to balance the budget, my guy. The
He was
deals
also
in
able-
Albany
Has the tax-
increased
has-
the revenue.
Also
yes
able
or no
to-
question, has the tax been placed into effect?
He's also been able to increase revenue by imposing tax on homes above $5 million. He's also reduced.
Have
the
those
death-
taxes been in place yet?
They have. So
Really? Since when?
He's also been able to reduce.
What
overtime
date
pay
did they
in
go
New
into
York
effect?
By $1.77 billion. So
In
you can
what
actually
date
go.
did those
you can
taxes
actually
go into
sir,
effect?
So you can actually go to the Institute of Taxation and Economic Policies and actually pull up the tax plan, and they actually give you an outline detail.
Just simple
of
question, when did it go
how
into
he was
effect?
able to balance the budget.
Simple question, yes or no, give me a date. When did it go into effect?
It's in effect now.
When did it go into effect?
The tax
Like
on
weeks ago.
non-primary, correction to myself. The pied-à-terre tax was actually implemented in May.
And
Yeah.
how much revenue has it increased or has it brought in?
My
Do you
guy,
know how budgets work?
I'm sorry. Do you think we're gonna have an immediate tax? Do you know how taxes work?
No, I don't. But if you're gonna cite it as an increase in
Thomas,
revenue,
do
I
you
would
know
like
how
to.
a
I would like you
budget
to
works?
support
The
it.
estimate
Thomas, how
so
does that
far
budget
for the
work?
first year is going to be $500 million annually.
So things that haven't happened yet.
No shit, it hasn't happened yet. It just got
obviously, so
implemented.
don't cite it as an increase
You
in revenue
literally
when it
can
hasn't
cite
happened.
it based off the additional revenue and the fact that it
Based on
passed and
projections,
it
because
immediately
there's all
applies
sorts
to
of
the whole.
projections. Anyone
My guy,
can cite.
my guy. How would the projection not work?
If the projection was wrong.
How would the projection be wrong? If there's
I
this many
don't
homes,
know.
if there's this many non-primary homes in the residence, and it's this percentage of a tax, and applies to this amount of homes, and there's this amount of whatchamacallits,
They
exemptions
simply
that we
sell
take
their
into
property or
consideration,
give up their
then
property
where
and
would
then
it go?
They fucking move on.
Oh, okay. Have we seen that? Who's been selling
we
their homes?
haven't,
Have
but
we
I'm not
seen
casting
any?
aspersions
Have we
on
seen any increases in people selling these homes?
I don't know. I haven't looked into it.
No, we haven't.
Okay, so then until we see some movement on the revenue front or the sales front, we can't make any determinations on it, can we?
Yes, you
You
can.
literally can.
Really? With what
You can.
probability?
The
would
only
you say
thing
that
you
we're
can
just gonna
challenge,
collect all
my
the
guy,
money
my guy,
possible?
my guy. The only thing you can challenge is if we make the 500 billion specifically. That's the best you can challenge. But it's still going to be additional revenue that we're able to get through that tax.
I don't see any evidence you can point to that proves that.
How do you think the Congressional Budget Office comes up with the budget every year, or how they intel what the U.S. government is going to come into every single year?
They can project what they're going to spend. That's what they do.
And how accurate are they typically?
Fairly inaccurate. That's why we're in a big ass deficit and a big ass debt.
They're actually very, very accurate. The only time that they weren't accurate is when we had the 9.2% inflation rate, because
Okay,
they,
so then
of
they're-
course, didn't
so then
project
they're
it. Can you
accurately
just
putting us
stop
in a debt.
trying to overtalk when you don't know what you're talking about?
So then they're no, because if you're saying that they're
So the
accurate, then they're just
Congressional
accurately
Budget
spending us
Office
into
was
debt.
within 2% of the budget during the first Trump administration. They were within about 3%. So even if you take that is significantly close. The Congressional Budget Office, how they do it is they take projections. So if you have $5 million homes and you plan on increasing the tax revenue for those homes at 4%,
And how much debt are we
take
in?
the 5 million homes, they take it times the 4%.
Are you in
and they say,
California?
okay, that's the
I
added
mean, not
revenue that we're
California.
going to have coming in.
How much debt are we in?
Are you in New York?
I'm
We
in the
are
United
30
States, and he just cited the Congressional Budget Office, so I'm gonna ask how much debt are we in?
We're on $39 trillion.
Okay, so 30.
CBO,
so all that
Thomas,
accuracy,
the Congressional
that supposed
Budget
accuracy,
Office
got us
would
$39
actually,
trillion
the Congressional
into
Budget
debt.
Office would actually budget for a
They're
deficit.
so accurate
That's
that
how
they
the
got us into
Congressional-
$39
Thomas,
trillion of debt.
Thomas,
My guy, the Congressional Budget Office doesn't
said that the
control
big,
revenue
beautiful
or
bill
taxes. What the
would
fuck are you
increase the
talking
deficit.
about? What the fuck are you talking about?
He just said the Congressional Budget Office's projections
My guy,
are
you said
within
you said
2 to
you
3%
said
of the spending.
You literally said. I'm sorry. What?
He just said that the Congressional Budget Office's projections are within 2 to 3% of the actual spending. No.
Okay, so let me explain this to you slower. So when the Congressional Budget Office takes a budget, like the U.S. government, they also project when we have a deficit or a debt.
Okay.
So
And
when
they've
they
been
sit
doing
there and
that
they say,
accurately to the
"Stop,
downfall of the
stop
country."
and just listen. So when they come into the Trump administration and they say, okay, we got the big, beautiful bill, we have other things. This is what we believe that it's going to add. It's going to add $3.4 trillion over 10 years. With the current deficit or debt that we currently have, we're projecting the deficit or debt to increase from 36 trillion to about 39 trillion or 38.8 trillion. Do you know what the deficit is currently right now?
No, not off the top of my head. I don't know the
39
exact
trillion.
number.
The Congressional Budget Office
Okay.
is literally within $100 billion.
Can we get the likes up to 300K, please? Can we double tap?
So
this
if they're so what I'm asking is what are these projections good for if they result in one of two things? One, them being inaccurate, or two, them being accurate but us spending ourselves into debt and deficit.
What spending are you referencing? That
I'm
hasn't been
referencing all
budgeted
sorts
by
of
Zohar
government spending.
Mamdani and
Any type of
accounted for?
government. Any type of government
No.
spending
You
can
started
put your
talking about
hands
New
on.
York. I don't know why you're going to the federal government now. What?
Yeah, I'm going to. I went to
what
Zohar
allocation
Mamdani
of
because he's
funding
an
has
he's an
Zohar
ardent
Mamdani
supporter of
implemented that
socialism.
hasn't been budgeted so far?
I'm not sure.
Then what the fuck are you complaining
What are
about?
you talking about?
Another
What
thing
I'm
that's crazy
complaining
about this
about-
conversation is that we're talking
what I'm
about tax
complaining
policies
about-
that gradually
what I'm
change and increase
complaining about
between
is very
2026,
simple. What I'm
2027,
complaining
and
about-
2027 and 2028, and you're expecting us to go, what new money
What
has it
has
made,
been-
as if it hasn't literally just been implemented. And then you're denying the projections. You're denying the
you
projections
cited
by
the
one of the
peer
most
to debt
accurate
tax, but
offices that possibly could, and completely
Can I
ignoring all
ask
the
you-
other things Zohar Mamdani did to balance the budget, which you didn't
What,
even
like the
know
government
yourself.
run grocery stores
You
that
didn't
you
even know
cited as a
yourself.
positive?
I'd never cited a government-run grocery store as balancing
You
the
did.
budget. You fucking dope.
You cited it as a
I
positive
mentioned
for
a
why
successful
Democrats
thing that he did in the
shouldn't
state. Yes,
condemn
we're talking
socialism.
about the budget. Those are two different things.
Is the budget not going to be predicated on how many government-run grocery stores you have?
Do you know what the government-run grocery stores is?
Is the government-run grocery store
Thomas,
not
do
going
you
to be a
know how
part of
those
spending?
run? Thomas, do you know how those run?
How do those run? Tell me.
Okay, so what they do is they take the cost of goods and they take the any type of bills or any type of costs that come after those sold cost of goods. And what they do is they increase or decrease those cost of goods to cover the overhead. So what they do is they make sure that it's flat. that it doesn't make any profit and it doesn't make any losses. They sell for the cost.
Okay, so how long do you think those government-run grocery stores
There is
will
already
be in place?
multiple grocery stores in multiple different cities that are run exactly how New York is proposing.
Really? Where?
Yes.
Oh my God, this is the part I can't stand. They come up
Where?
here debate and they don't know shit. W's in the chat to Mike for the $2. Don't let this loser control the conversation. He is starting to crash already. I hate these guys. As soon as you give him an answer, he's trying to drill down on information. You probably won't have. I won't listen anyway. W's in the chat to you, Mike. W's in the chat to Manda for the $1 Venmo. Let's be real. The reason Mamdani is doing shut the fuck up. The reason Mamdani is doing so well is because his cabinet is.
I'm actually not
going
to shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Why do you?
Chat mods, keep him muted, please, while I'm reading.
No,
this,
actually,
he's a
you don't have to
disrespectful
keep me
little shit.
muted.
Keep him muted. W's in the chat.
Yeah. No, it's
The
not
reason
disrespectful,
Mamdani
he's
is
just a
doing
piece
so
of
well
shit.
is because his cabinet is mostly women. You have the patience of a saint. And
Yeah, the
everyone in
women
the
have
chat
been
needs
doing
to
so
check
good
out
in New
those
York,
links
yeah.
for merches and donos. I love my Hector merch. 6,000%.
You got
HectorShops.com.
jihadists throwing
HectorShops.com
bombs.
with 2 R's a week, guys.
They've been
and go
doing
to get yourself several pieces of
those beautiful women. Yeah, they've
pieces
been
of
doing so
merchandise.
great.
This is one of my favorite pieces and applies to the caller.
They've been doing so
this
good,
shirt
you
says
know.
it's
And I
okay
I
to
still haven't found-
call people stupid.
still haven't found out
think
where the
there are
government
very
grocery stores
stupid
are.
people in the United
Boston,
States.
Massachusetts. It's called the
and
Daily
it's super
Journal.
helpful.
One is in Boston,
Fucking bald-headed
Massachusetts. I was
motherfucker.
trying to wait for you to shut up, but one's called
One
the
of them is
Daily
in
Cable.
Massachusetts,
It's in Boston, Massachusetts.
which is in New York.
What?
Yeah, is that your? You fucking idiot.
I said that there are already over in the United States. There's already some in New York, and I said there are already
Where?
some
Where
all
in
over the
New
United
York?
States. Boston, Massachusetts, and New York already has some.
Where?
He just
Google.
Yeah. How do they do? How well do they do? How long have they been in business?
I don't know. Maybe you should stop
Yeah,
debating
you
shit
don't
you
know.
don't fucking know.
You don't
No. Maybe you should stop debating shit you don't
You're
know.
mad that you
You're
have
just
to
up
answer
here to
questions
criticize
as a
a bunch of shit you didn't fucking know.
Yeah,
Hold on,
as a
hold on, no.
bald-headed
You should,
motherfucker, you're mad you have to answer-
get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. No, I'm not doing this screaming back and forth with you. You came up here arguing this and that, and then we're educating you on everything. Now you go, well, how are they doing? Well, what is this going to look like? Well, what is this? You just have question after question. That's how a fucking debate works, my guy. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but you want to come up here and yell at other people. The fuck?
Yeah,
Fucking
literally,
brain
like,
dead
you
little
just
goddamn kids trying to scream at us. You didn't know shit. Sorry, go ahead.
There's there's some proposed, and there's some that are all over the United States. There's some in Atlanta. Atlanta does it a little bit different, to where these grocery stores, like, basically they borrow money from the government, and then when they get that money back, they send it back, and they only go to just right breaking even. So like it's a whole new type of venture that's going out in some of these bigger cities, where they identify where there's a scarce food problem, to where or cost of living or poverty rate in certain areas, that they've actually instilled these, and they've been successful.
Thank you, UV. Who runs grocery stores on military bases? These people completely ignore how fucking socialist the United States is already in the specific areas, such as the military. Tom in Miami sent $2 just to say MAGA TDS. Sure. Okay, you think I have TDS? Cool. You sent me money to tell me I have TDS. Good for you. Thanks. W's in the chat said that for the $2 Venmo. Hector Thomas simply doesn't know how to register any factual information you've given because his brain is smoother than an egg, which is why he's so jealous of my noggin. I don't understand.
I'm jealous of your bald head.
I'm not gonna
I
lie.
wish I could grow a beard like that and a nice chrome dome like that, just smooth as butter.
If there's two things I'm real confident in, it's my beard and how smooth my head is. Because let's be real. Let's be real. Not everyone can pull off the bald look. Let's keep it a buck. Let's just be honest. Not everyone can pull off the bald look. I'm blessed in that regard to where I don't look fucking strange because I have a nice shaped head. I'm not gonna lie. I have a very nice shaped head. Anyways, that's not what I was about to say. God damn it, I forgot. Y'all got me flexing on myself. Bro literally came up here to debate stuff he didn't know. So I'm done. Is failing. Mention all the ways he's not failing. Well, how's that gonna work? How's this? How's that? What? How so? Where? Did you not know any of this? You literally said he's failing. You literally said he's
He
bad.
literally thought the Congressional Budget Office meant that they actually budgeted the budget.
Yeah.
He didn't realize that they project deficits as well. Like, what are we doing?
Also, you don't get to complain about Zoran Mamdani, who's been doing record things in New York City, and then talk about supporting Donald Trump, who is in control of about 30% of the country's overall debt. 27 point something percent, if I'm not mistaken exactly, but it's roughly 30% of the national debt, the most out of any president in half the time you're allowed to be president, maximum time you're allowed to be president. You don't give a shit about budgets. You don't give a shit about the $2.2 trillion additionally we just have to borrow to fund our programs this year, projecting to put us to $41 trillion by next year. What are we talking about?
Didn't the U.S. military just ask for like another $100 billion or some ridiculous amount because of the conflict in Iran they're running out of money?
If I'm not mistaken, yes. I
can't remember the dollar amount. I remember reading it, but I don't know why I don't remember that dollar amount. I thought it was like 50 or 100 billion or some crazy amount out of $1 trillion or $900 billion budget. And they're asking for money because otherwise they're going to run out by the end of the year.
Pentagon tells lawmakers it needs $80 billion for Iran war and other
$80 billion, yeah.
Yep.
Crazy. $80 billion more in our national defense. Otherwise, we're going to run out of money on $900 billion. How many freaking people could we feed? How much free daycare could we give? How much free education at the community colleges or universities could we give? How many single parents could we make sure that their kids have daycares so their single mothers or single fathers can go to work every day for $80 billion? It's crazy.
Precisely.
Or how about we just take the $80 billion and give reparations to black people?
Don't get him pissed off with that one. Don't get him bad now.
Oh yeah, that'll get him. especially a white guy up here saying it. They'll really go off the hook.
Donald Trump quite literally tried to give reparations to domestic terrorists. So, I have no fucking shame in saying black people need recognition. I mean, I didn't need that to not have no shame. But when the president of the United States wanted to allocate money to domestic terrorists in the forms of reparations for political prosecution, then y'all can miss me with any complaints that you have against reparations. Fuck all that noise, man. Anyways, if you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday after 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. While you guys are here, make sure you're sharing out the live with your friends and family as well. Repost and add it to your story. Let's knock out the Dolphins. We have 83 more of those to go, so make sure you're knocking out all the little Dolphins to the best of your ability. And take care of Ford while he's here. Why the fuck does Ford only have 26 coins? Can we get Ford's coins up? Also, hit up his links in the bio and check out his social media platforms, specifically his X account, which he's working on monetizing. Send your daily heart me's if you haven't already. Once you send your daily heart me's, you're able to get a couple cool stickers when you do. Specifically, those of you who saw the drop pool earlier and you saw Jimmy Barnes screaming, you can send those as a fan club member for 1 coin a week. And then, of course, links in the bio. Thank you, Erica's Good Things, for the coins. Links in the bio are going to be the best ways to support the platform. Whether you're following me on all social media, such as YouTube, that we're streaming to right now, or Instagram, where I post the videos I put up here. Join the Discord community. We're over 740 members strong. It's free. You may choose to subscribe there, but it's free. Getting yourself some merch off the merchandise shop, as you see before you and behind you, behind me, or donating directly to the links in the bio. If you want to pay for the reallocation of Hector's Hair Follicles Fund, Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo, Hector Talks with 2 R's, and PayPal, Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. Those of you on the YouTube side, please make sure you hit the like button on the stream, subscribe, turn on notification bells, and if you want to support the platform, super chat, super sticker, or becoming a member. Yes, that's Expo, Jazzy. That's Expo.
And you can actually follow me on X at Ford. It's Ford, JOHNATHAN, Ford Jonathan 5. On X, it's 116,000. And I am monetized. I get about 13. I get 13 million views per week.
God damn, excuse me. Excuse me. Valencia, did you vote for Trump?
No.
Did you mean to request that?
No.
Got you.
Well, right to the point.
Okay, then. I mean, it's direct. I appreciate it. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. If you're one of the growing numbers of Trump supporters who regret their vote due to the just demonstrably asinine actions of this administration, whether domestically or abroad, this live is a safe space for you. if you will, to come up here and express why. Or if you're a Trump supporter who does not regret their vote, you still stand on stupid. Ultimately, that's what it is. You still think he's doing an exceptional job. You think there's a key area that I'm missing that Donald Trump should be praised on by all parties. You can also request up in the box or call the number on screen, 737-295-5321.
Did you see our oil reserves just hit the lowest? Our SRP actually hit the lowest today than it has in like since 1958.
I did see that.
That is like going to be like a significant problem in the future as far as gas prices, because we're going to have to refill those oil reserves. And that just proves that literally the only reason why that the gas stayed at, the 424 or whatever you're paying some people in some states $6, it's because we were pumping so much of our SRPs out that we got it down to like a 1953 low or 1958 low. Crazy.
I vividly recall when the Biden administration released some of our oil reserves to bring down the cost of gas after the Russia invasion of Ukraine. And all the Republicans went haywire. They said Biden put us in a vulnerable position, draining our oil reserves, emptying it the hell out, blah, blah, blah. And they never accounted for his record amounts of drilling. But yeah, he put us in this vulnerable position, did this, did that. Mind you, he didn't even bring it down to that number that you're talking about. It was like 40%. Now look at us. All the stuff that you were quick to jump on Biden for, which wasn't even as bad, under the Trump administration is infinitely worse, and then everyone's silent. It's trust the plan. It's, well, that's what happens when you have to fix the country from the Democrats. That has to be one of the most embarrassing cop-outs I've heard from Trump supporters, especially in these Senate hearings, when all of these individuals over these different departments just keep responding with, well, Biden. That's how bad they're down. They can't stop talking about him.
And actually, the chat is extremely right. So the difference between what Trump is doing is Trump is actually giving the oil at a loan to the companies. So the market is already incorporating that oil has to go back. So that's why it's going to hurt gas prices in the future, or it's going to slow the lowering of gas prices from where we're at, particularly like right now. Now, what Biden did was he actually just sold it to him sold it to him at a rate to where later on we could buy it back and make billions of dollars.
Yep.
And that's what Biden did. Biden literally left Trump $25 billion to buy back more of our reserves, to refill the reserves that he took. And Trump took that money and used it elsewhere.
6,000%. Trump supporters request up in the box. You're the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. JR, did you vote for Trump? Thank you, Mel, for the Dolphins.
God bless you.
JR, did you vote for Trump? I don't think JR knows he's up here. JR, did you accidentally request up? I think he did. Yeah, he did. Also, Biden was able to pay down our national debt, by the way. I just want to remind everyone. Biden was actually able to put $2 trillion towards that. Trump only pulled for tax cuts for corporations and the 1%. W's in the chat to Ren for the $5 Venmo. Haven't your hair follicles already been reallocated to your face? Good things, aka Expo Marker, aka Pistachio, aka Ren. W's in the chat to Ren. I appreciate your support. You ain't shit. Stephanie, did you vote for Trump?
That wasn't me laughing either, Hector. I wasn't laughing at all.
Yeah, sure. Stephanie, you vote for Trump? I think we have a bunch of accidental requesters. What? No, it won't. Surpluses are expected to outpace demand. What? Where are you getting those numbers on? Where are you getting those from?
What was said? Repeat that.
This guy said, no, it won't. Surpluses are expected to outpace demand in regards to what you said. Okay.
Surplus is supposed to outpace demand? So is he talking about supply versus demand?
I don't think he knows what he's talking about. Hey, Cap, Biden funded Ukraine. How did we have a more great English when we were paying $4.75 a gallon? What does the war in Ukraine have to do with Biden jacking up those prices and Biden policies bringing up those prices, and the fact that that 475 that you're complaining about would have been higher if it wasn't for what he did with our oil reserves. Not to mention, typically over the summer, they'll pass their executive orders, direct the whatchamacallit to do like ethanol 15 gas. Happens every administration. It did happen significantly under Trump and Biden. The last president who actually was able to skip 2 years of doing so was Obama, which I actually thought was interesting. Obama didn't do it as much. Exhaust Cap for Life won't call in. Okay, I'll help him out. This is why you're getting muted. Sounding smart sounds good, but the facts don't lie. Gas prices were higher under Biden's proxy war. So,
yeah, it was OPEC 2020 deal. So I would like for whoever that is to come up here and let's talk about the OPEC 2020 deal, where Trump made a deal with OPEC to cut 9.79 million barrels of oil off the market while the government was shut down and demand was very, very low and supply was very, very high. Now, what happened by 2022 was that demand was really, really high and supply was really, really low because of the cuts. Now, what the Inflation Reduction Act,
thank you,
in August of 2022, and then also the OPEC 2020 deal that ended in August of 2022. If you actually go to the pricing, the average gas prices at that particular moment, you'll see a correlation with the two dropping significantly when both of those ended.
Literally. You can come up here and tell me. You can tell me exactly how Biden jacked up those prices. Come on. Come up here and tell me what Joe Biden did to bring up gas prices that high versus all the ways we can point to Donald Trump directly impacting those prices, and especially doing it now.
Yeah, we can talk about 2019 when we actually started to have an economic crisis during the Trump's first term, and the Federal Reserve's actually lowered the interest rates twice. Because they already seen that manufacturing jobs were in a decrease of about 2%. And in 2019, they also called an emergency at the border because we had 1.6 million crossings during that time. So Trump literally, we could honestly say that the pandemic probably saved us from an economic crisis just through natural processes because of Trump's failures economically. But the pandemic just sped it up and escalated it.
Oh, absolutely. The pandemic saved the Trump administration from going down on some pretty bad records, because then everyone can say, well, everything was strong before COVID, which, again, like you mentioned, we saw some of those increases well into 2019. Then here comes the pandemic. So then, and this is something that I've actually heard Trump supporters tell me quite often, the reason why I voted for Trump again is because he needed another 4 years because we saw how well everything was going beforehand. So he needed another 4 years to continue what he was doing. But the problem with that line of logic is, again, you'd be ignoring some of the things that took place in 2019. Not to mention, Donald Trump, I would argue, in a lot of ways, this time, didn't necessarily run off of actually making America great. The majority of his policies were just really stupid, and it was more so about a revenge tour.
Yeah, and we could even talk about even the housing market, or how Trump got rid of the 30-day wait on cash payments on housing, which started to really create the housing market and the increase of prices, because what you had is corporations going in and buying up large sum of homes. And then what they're able to do is like drive the rent up. Now, there is some faults of Biden. Like, I don't think we really necessarily needed the any type of, the American Rescue Plan. I don't think we needed that going in through there. So I think that $2.1 trillion was probably did enforce and did cause inflation to worsen, but it was imminent no matter who was going to be president at that particular point, just off the two things that we mentioned, the OPEC 2020 deal and Trump's out of control spending at $8.4 trillion in his term, and the fact that he printed $3.1 trillion of money in January of 2020.
Very much so. Flick, did you vote for Trump?
No, but I have come to support him.
Why do you support Trump?
I would say that despite the fact that he lies all the time, funny enough, I also find an honesty in some moments of lucidity in him that expose, aspects or ways that the U.S. government functions even before him that like usually you would have to go through really obscure sources to what's it called?
What?
To find out
example.
About. The narrative people would say like America invaded Iraq for oil, right? Like obviously George Bush or Dick Cheney or Rumsfeld, right? Like none of these guys were saying, "Oh, we're invading them for oil." Right, you would have to like read journals and read academic studies of U.S. economic policy during their occupation. But with Trump, with regards to Venezuela, he's just saying, "Yeah, we're doing it for oil," right? And then with Iran, "Oh yeah, we might just take their oil like we did Venezuela."
So
Trump has literally shifted his
outside that
position like 5
comfort.
times.
Yes, he has. And you support a man because he's honest about all the ways that he is threatening the United States and respect on the world stage.
It's not
I
necessarily.
like that Donald Trump tells you to your face that I'm going to do this really stupid thing. I like that Donald Trump tells me to your face that we're going to break the law. I like that Donald Trump's going to tell you to your face that
I think-
smart
I think
people
you're
don't like me.
I
I can
think
shoot
you're
someone on downtown
misunderstanding what I'm
Broadway
saying.
and they would still support me. I don't understand this rhetoric of like, oh, yeah, I think he's cool because he's honest. He's honestly a piece of shit and he's honestly destroying the country. I could care less how honest he is about it. He should have never been there to begin with.
Again, the point isn't that I support him, the man, right? Like I don't think I don't think any of these politicians are particularly good people. My point is more so.
I don't care what your point is anymore.
Call from
Caller on the line. Did you vote for Trump?
Hey, Hector! Can you hear me?
Salam alaikum.
Hey, Hector, it's Cap, bro. Hey, can you hear my reception? Is horrible, bro. Hello?
I can hear you.
Hey, Chad, can you hear me? I'm live, bro.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Bro, because you gave me no alternative, and I know you don't like to hear that, but what was the alternative route you're going to go, bro?
Donald Trump.
Because I know
Did
you want to
vote for
defend
Donald
Kamala.
Trump?
I get it. But the I don't know, the strategic
Did you vote for
analysis
Donald
that
Trump?
you're doing to defend... Hello?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I didn't vote for anybody, bro. Last person I voted for was Obama, if you want to be real. Like, if you want to sway me for my vote, you got to give me more than what you're giving me now as far as, like, word salad with Biden. Like,
Trump
it's not healthy.
for free? You just aspirationally support
Hector,
him?
let's talk about the past 4, 5, 6 years, bro. Like, if we want to really get into the nitty-gritty of all this, right? Like, how is it that we're going to bypass all the stuff that was given up to the undocumented people that added up to money, like $10,000 debit cards, free housing at 5-star hotels.
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
While you have veterans looking from afar.
Did you just say
I mean, don't you think that was when
$10,000
the crap
debit
hit the fan
cards?
right then and there when you lost the
What
support?
evidence do you have to support the claim that the federal government was giving $10,000 loaded cards to undocumented migrants?
Bro, you had guys on the internet that were undocumented, like raving and saying they can get through the system through Biden's loophole as far as squatting in houses.
There's no
I'm just telling
loophole
you
in
what I
squatting
saw.
in housing. The only immigrants who would be able to qualify for federal government housing would be asylum seekers.
This is word salad. You're doing the word salad again, dude. Like,
No,
if it
I'm
happened,
doing
it
the
happened. You
accurate
can't say
salad.
it didn't happen.
Undocumented migrants
happen.
do not benefit from any program of the federal
Okay, so
government
you're
because they're
telling me
undocumented.
so
It
you're
goes
telling
against
me
the
that
law.
the debt we're in didn't go up one cent when Biden was in the office? It didn't go up one cent whatsoever.
You're literally talking about
Is
two
that
different
what you're
things.
trying
You're
to
talking about the
convince
national
me?
debt or
Is by
undocumented
saying that the
migrants.
de-
Which one?
The deficit right now is on the Republicans, but the
You're
Democrats
talking about
didn't have any
undocumented
hand in
migrants
that
or the
deficit.
national debt? Which one?
The national debt. I'm not talking about anything else as far as foreign aid.
You
because
literally
foreign aid
just
right
you
now, we've been
literally were
getting help
talking
from
about
the Saudis.
undocumented
I don't
migrants
hear
in
anybody
0.2
complaining
seconds.
about
You
that.
now started talking about debt, bro. Can you stay on one topic?
I'm on one topic, yes.
What about the national debt?
What about the national debt? You tell me, since you want to talk about the national debt. I'll talk to you about all the foreign aid we've been getting the past 4 years.
Yeah, and a large portion of that foreign aid has been cut under Donald Trump. That doesn't change the record spending that's happening under this administration. So
It's
clearly
funny how
that
you wanna
wasn't
talk
a
300
huge portion of
trillion
our
and
worries.
you want to talk about $300 trillion being given back to Iran, but the last time I checked,
I
the
never
Qataris
said
were involved in
$300
that.
trillion
And that
is being
same
given back
300
to
billion we got
Iran.
from
The
the
United
Saudis
States
4
will be
years ago, I didn't hear
facilitating.
anybody
So
complaining
if
about
you
that.
would like let me fucking respond instead of yelling into my ear, you would get a response to the things that you're saying. $300 billion investment fund is what the United States will be facilitating. The United States Donald Trump allegedly says that we won't be paying a dime into it. I would argue that's irrelevant, because why would we be facilitating $300 billion worth of investments into the #1 sponsor of terrorism, according to Trump? That's what I said.
Obama did it with Hezbollah. How did Hezbollah get all that military equipment the past 2 weeks that we've been seeing so far being utilized?
That's false.
Nothing to do with
I'm just
Obama.
curious, because it wasn't. I don't think it was Trump who funded Hezbollah the past 4 years.
Neither did Obama.
So, but I'll digress. Let's not talk about that.
But then what Donald Trump did is very much negotiate with the Taliban
so let's talk
and
about
release
this.
5,000 of them
Venezuela,
that then played a
peace
role in
agreement with
the
Venezuela.
pullout that you guys complain
Peace agreement
about
with China.
come 2021.
Peace agreement. I'm just
Caller,
look. Let's
caller,
just talk about the
caller,
good. Because I'm
caller,
trying to figure
are
out if
you
there's any
going
good.
to
Look,
shut
hold
the
on, Patrick
fuck
guy, you can
up
wait. Hold on.
so
Hold on.
you
He
can
hasn't tagged
listen
you in
to
yet. Hold on.
responses,
Look,
or you're just going to
we're
keep
talking about
talking
China.
and you're
We're
just making
talking
up a
about
bunch of lies?
Venezuela.
Now you went to
We're
China
talking
from
about all these
Venezuela.
other places
Like,
that we
what is
put,
going on? This is
the
pointless.
national or the world
drop the
police.
call.
That all of a sudden, you tell me what good has come out of this front office and this presidency administration. Have we done any good as far as to like all the foreign aid that we've been trying to help too? You can tell me now, tag team guy, what have we done good so far? Because last time I checked, we were having peace agreements with China, Venezuela. We're on the verge of
We
talking
don't
with
have
Cuba.
peace agreements
And
with
less
China.
than 2.5
No
years.
peace agreements with
Has
any of them.
Biden done that the span of time that he was in office? Tag team
There's
guy,
not
you can go
one
in.
peace agreement with China or with Venezuela, not one peace agreement.
Okay, but they still came to the table and had an agreement. It
No,
might
there was
not
no
be the
agreement.
agreement
They
you like, it was
didn't.
negotiation
There was
that
no
you didn't like,
agreement.
but it still
The
happened.
only thing, the agreement that you're referencing with Venezuela was Donald Trump allegedly saying that we're getting 30 to 50 million
Bro,
barrels
I
of oil
saw
from them,
Trump
and there
talking to
quite
China.
literally
This is
hasn't
not
been a
about
single
Timu, bro.
piece of
This is about real
documentation
money.
or
Okay?
confirmation from the vice president of Venezuela, or now president, I should say. So we have Donald Trump's truth socials
Hector,
of these
what
quote
good
unquote
has he
agreements.
done so far?
No
Can you tell
actual
me what good as opposed to
documentation.
the bad he's done?
What?
What good has he done as opposed to the bad that you guys keep harping on?
What good has the
he
Trump
done?
administration done? I don't know. The best things that the Trump administration has done
Yeah, humor me,
would
humor me,
be
'cause all I
the
keep hearing is
return
all the negative,
of.
but humor me
Then
with the
shut the
positive.
fuck up so he can answer, you stupid fuck.
Yeah, that's a good
Hey, you haven't
idea.
been tag teaming yet, man. Hey, know your
My
role.
guy,
Stand
you
the point.
asked
haven't been tag
you
teaming
asked
yet.
the question. Let me answer the question.
Go ahead, Hector.
Jesus
I don't need your lawyer.
Christ.
The
Trying to
return
back you
of
up.
Mark Foley, who was a U.S. citizen, was held in captivity in Russia. He was able to do that at the beginning of his term. The fund that he created for whatchamacallit, which this is heavily contested. I have my issues with it. But for U.S. citizens after 2026, then born, the investment fund from 0 to 18 can be considered a good thing.
Word salad,
Sure.
dude. Tell me what good.
You just fucking asked me what the good is. I'm telling you the good. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Hey, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. How the fuck you gonna ask me what good has he done? I'm literally telling you the fucking things that can be considered good, and you're saying it's word salad, you stupid fucking moron. What the fuck is wrong with you? Do you want to hear the good? You want to keep fucking rambling? What did I just say?
Can we be cordial?
What did I just
Can we
say?
just be cordial?
What did I
Can we
just
be
say?
cordial here?
Shut the fuck up with the cordial shit. Now you get dark, Hector.
Can we
What the
have-
fuck did I just say?
can we have some
What was the good that I
Can
said?
we please have
What
some
was the good that I
dialogue?
said?
I
What
can't
was the
hear
good
you.
that I said?
You got to calm down. I
What
can't
was
hear
the
you.
good that I said?
I didn't hear it because
You didn't hear it! Wow, that's crazy! It's almost if you would shut the fuck up and actually listen to the words coming out of my mouth so I can answer your goddamn question, then you would have gotten the answers! But you were too busy fucking chirping! Is this how you fucking date women? You ask them questions about their answer, then you start talking about how much you like to touch your own dick? Shut the fuck up and let people talk! Holy fucking shit!
Get in here.
Mark Foley, do you know who he is?
Okay, so you can't answer that.
Do you know who Mark Foley? I literally did! Do you know who Mark Foley is?
You put me on hold. Okay, so let me talk about Wesley Clark.
I don't care. Got me fucking
That
acting
was
out of character.
all
No, we're
over the place. Just for people in the chat, the total sum to Ukraine from the United States wasn't 300 billion. It was about 175 billion, and then 70% of that actually stays in U.S. the decommissioned military equipment and actually restock
ammo and humanitarian aid.
And then, just a small portion of it goes to humanitarian aid. Just because facts still matter.
W's in the chat to Ren for the $5 Venmo. New screen name idea for next week in honor of Ford. Quote, built Ford News Tough. What do we think, chat? You're more than welcome to. You're more than welcome to. There is in the chat to Allison for the $5 Venmo, Ashwagandha Fund, W Bald Heads. If you guys would like to support the Ashwagandha Fund, feel free to hit up the links in the bio. Oh my God. He said, all you do is talk mess about Trump. Name good things Trump did. I start to name the things. This motherfucker says I'm talking word salad. What the fuck do you do with that? What the fuck? It makes more and more sense why you guys stay in the comments. It makes more and more sense why you guys stay in the comments. Jesus, fuck, you can't have a conversation. Did you take ashwagandha? I actually ran out 2 days ago. I actually did run out 2 days ago. I need to go get it. Don't fucking call me, but fuck you. Fuck you. Go back to the comments. Actually, no, never mind. You're muted. Stay fucking muted. Goddamn incel. Jesus fucking Christ. Look at this. K-Dog, this is how the left acts when they can't handle questions that they don't know how to answer.
We just want somebody to come up here and have a cordial conversation, just like we were with the gentleman, 2 callers ago, that we were actually having a real conversation. That's all. We're not going to do this over-talking bullcrap or a bunch of stupid word salad or a bunch of stuff that is just not factually correct.
I'm going to read it again. I'm sorry. This is ridiculous. This is how the left acts. When they can't handle questions that they don't know how to answer. We couldn't answer the questions because he didn't shut the fuck up. And then I love how you guys will sit here and listen to people call into this stream and yell and slur and slam me. And then, God forbid, I raise my fucking voice. God forbid, I respond in kind. But this is how I act. This is how the left acts. Wild. You guys can do anything. Commit fucking murder. Mum's a word. The second someone gets vexed with your damn degenerate, moronic, incel, bitch-made selves, we're the problem. W's in the chat to Wesley for the $5 super chat. That caller is a known asshole in the chat. I've long since learned to ignore him. He's a troll who believes that talking more means you win a debate. I mean, maybe we should just hit him with the hide. Just permanently mute him. We'll just do that. Jesus Christ. He wanted you to commend Trump on his illegal war and his war crimes. Right! And it's the fact that I actually can cite things I think the Trump administration has done well. No direct action of his, necessarily. There was the executive order that he passed last year to actually direct agencies to tackle more the price gouging that was taking place from Ticketmaster. He did that. The shit was embarrassing, but he did it alongside Kid Rock in the fucking Oval Office. But hey, I can say it's a good thing. I can say that's a good thing. Ticketmaster has been gouging the fuck out of people for some time, and they're legally allowed to do it. He directed them to go tackle it. That directly led to a lawsuit. To be fair, it was carrying on from Biden's investigation into them. But whatever. He directed more towards actually tackling the price gouging of Ticketmaster.
Just about ready to say that was actually started under the Biden administration, under the Department of Justice was actually investigating Ticketmaster, and there was a few others that they were investigating with the price gouging and some of the stuff that they were doing where one of them was like going up and buying off all the tickets from one ticket provider and then uplifting the tickets in regional areas. There was like a bunch of crazy stuff going on.
I was trying to give them something. I'm well aware of the fact that it's
but I do agree.
Performative, okay? But I'm just saying.
Signing the executive order was still good. And I would say even outside the big, beautiful bill, even though I hate 99% of it, I still like even though it affects only about 4% of the people, I still like the no tax on tips. With the end of the year, I still like the no tax on overtime at the end of the year, and I still like the reduction of tax on Social Security. So I still like those. But with that being said, when 83% of that actually goes to the wealthiest 1% out of a price tag of about $4 trillion of an additional spending over 10 years, then it outweighs the little bit of good that was in there. The bad outweighs it, especially the fact that it cuts millions and millions of people off SNAP benefits, millions and millions of people off Medicaid and Medicare. It's going to close down hundreds and hundreds of hospitals. There's one right down the road from where I live in Omaha, Nebraska, that is actually, they've already stated that next year they're closing because of no Medicaid or no Medicare payments coming in.
That part. Broken clock is right twice a day doesn't mean it's working. I was just going to say, literally all of this at the cost of the United States being insolvent, at us losing so many allies on the world stage, at us instigating more conflicts, directly being involved in the one in Iran, which has only harmed Americans, at the constitutional crisis that we've been in with the even Supreme Court in many cases siding against Donald Trump himself. No, I would have preferred Kamala Harris's plans, which in just about every single way would have been infinitely less bad and infinitely more good for the average American. Like, what the fuck? It's so
Shout
weird
out
when
to
you
Omaha
guys
in
do
the
that.
chat. Lots of Omaha people in the chat, Hector.
Oh shit, we do have some Omaha people.
Uh-huh.
I'm not
Crazy.
gonna cap, man. You know, respect to you, but Nebraska isn't a real place.
Bruh. Nah, you got to come to Omaha, Nebraska, and you got to come to the old market. You ever in this area, Hector, you hit me up. I'll take you to the old market, to the arts festival that's downtown. There's tons of restaurants downtown. There's tons of Omaha, Nebraska is very diverse. It's like literally 60% of it actually voted for Harris. So it is very liberal. It and Lincoln, the rest of the state can go to hell. It's a bunch of cows and a bunch of, sister fuckers. But at least the Lincoln and the Omaha area is good. It's a blue dot.
Taffy sent you another. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Taffy, for sending another subscription. I appreciate you. Yeah, some of the chat was going by a little fast on the YouTube. I hopefully didn't miss anything. And when it comes to the little coin digital gifts on the YouTube side, I cannot name all of you, but thank you so much to every single one of you who sent one of those. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. If you call in here to yell and not listen and not engage in a conversation, I'm just going to start hanging up the phone. I'm out of patience for people who don't know how to be an adult. And also, W's in the chat to Amber for the $5 Venmo for Dark Hector. W's in the chat to you. I appreciate you. We actually have a Dark
I had to
Hector
go on
sticker.
mute when you said that. I about rolled out. I had to go on mute when you said, now you brought out Dark Hector. I'm like, oh, hell. And I started laughing, so I just put my hats on mute.
I have a sticker. Hold on. We have a Dark Hector sticker. Where is it? Here's the Dark Hector sticker. Oh, snap. It's on, I thought I added it to TikTok. It's in the Discord. Hold on. If you're in the live chat, it's in the Discord. Here it is.
Man, I got to join your Discord.
Oh, yeah, we be chilling in there. It's nothing crazy. I kind of like it that way. These people be active. Oh, I thought it was in the Discord. Where the fuck is my Dark Hector sticker?
I don't see it on your regular stickers either for your, unless I'm missing it.
I could have sworn. I thought I had it here. I'll add it. I'll add Dark Hector. I'll get it in there. Wait, hold on. I know I put this one here. Let's do Hector. I added. I'll show y'all. Hold please. I got it. I thought I added it this whole time. I have Dark Kamala. So that's actually not Dark Hector, but that was technically the first Dark Hector. We have a second one, but Manda has it right there as a super fan.
Call from.
Hey, it's Cap.
What the fuck do you want?
I come in peace. I bring gifts. I don't want any problem. I just want to have cordial dialogue about how Hillary Clinton says that she likes the plan that Trump is implementing for the Gaza foreign aid plan to help Gaza get stuff and to get the supplies that they need. I heard that the other day. I just want to know your thoughts on that.
When did Hillary say that?
I want to say right after the negotiations went with the MOU.
I'm looking.
Hello? I'm just saying, man, I get where you guys are coming from. I understand it. I get it. But, man, there has to be some good out of all this, man. I keep hearing fear-mongering left and right. I'm still waiting for World War III from you guys. Last time I heard World War III was on the brink. Last time I heard, what else?
No, that's what Donald Trump ran off of.
Being like fear-mongered
Harris
around isn't
Hillary
happening.
Clinton complimented.
You're doing it again, Colin.
No,
I
I
don't
thought
want
you're
Dark
already
Hector.
a
No Dark
super
Hector,
fan.
please.
Appreciate you.
No Dark Hector.
Hillary Clinton did say that it was the only game in town and a pathway to security for the people in the region. So yes, she would compliment this plan symbolically if it goes
So is that
through.
good?
If Israel stops fucking with Palestine, yeah, that's
I agree.
good.
That I agree with. 1,000% agree. Everything that we've been having going that's been going good has been rattled. And I'm not arguing that whatsoever. That is a thing. That is a thing. But to say that we're not trying to have good in the region or good around the world when we're trying to play the world police at an all-time high, like, come on, man, something has to give here. I mean, there has to be a little bit of give or take here, you know?
The Trump administration has literally been playing the world police. We've tried to take over several regions. We've been
So Hector,
we were
so Hector, so here's
That's the thing you guys
I
don't
just
understand.
read the article. So here's the simple fact: is what Hillary Clinton is basically stating is she does support the 20-point plan, but what she also criticizes Trump for is for committing to starting the fire in the first place.
Of course.
So here's what this is what Trump does, and he's very effective of it. And in fact,
He
of
rattles
getting
the
you
cage.
guys,
I get it. He
I am
rattles the cage.
talking.
I understand that.
I am talking. If you want to have a conversation, that means that when somebody's speaking, that means you listen.
The extra dialogue ain't helping you. Go ahead, continue.
So what Trump does is he commits fires, and then what he does is after he commits the fire, he runs out of the building, he puts on the fire suit, grabs the fire hose, hooks the fire hose up to a fire hydrant, runs inside. About 80% of it is completely burned to the ground. He hurries up and sprays it, and then runs outside and said only he could fix it. So that's the same thing with inflation. That's the same thing with gas prices. That's the same thing with the unemployment rate. That's the same thing with the trade deficit. That's the same thing that's even going on in as far as Israel and Gaza, and especially the same thing that's going on over in the Middle East with Iran and what's going on particularly right now is we did not have to be in this circumstance if Donald Trump would have just stayed with the JCPOA, which is exactly what he is getting now, but worse. With a much higher price tag of $300 billion plus $24 billion.
You guys keep saying worse, but I don't understand how the money's coming from us when the Qataris are paying for it from their own banking system.
No,
we have nothing to do with
that's
that.
not how the wording is. The exact wording on the 20-point plan when it comes to Iran is that it says that the $300 billion will come from a coalition of Middle East countries and U.S. private investments. Now, where those private investments come from? Where those private investments come from? Where those private investments come from? And the simple fact is, if
we
those
stay under the 14 wire transactions, then I think we'll be okay as far as giving them what they want throughout decades, not months. Can we agree on that at least? Because 14 wire
$24 billion,
that's a lot of wire transactions.
So the $24 billion that we're talking about during the Biden administration or the Obama administration, it was $1.8 billion.
Part, though. Like 14 wire transactions, as long as we don't go past that,
$24 billion under the Trump administration is just for assets that are going to be released to Iran from the U.S. government. $24 billion. It was $1.8 billion during the Obama administration. Now we're talking about the $300 billion that's private investments.
No.
It's a triple.
This caller is absolutely annoying.
Come on.
I want you to stop yelling, though. Like, please allow me to talk because I don't want to yell.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
the $1.7 billion.
It's 3 against 1 here. Come on.
No, but you've been talking this entire time, though. That's the whole thing.
No, I have not.
And I really don't want to
Not
yell.
once.
I'm gonna say it one more. I'm
Okay,
gonna say
go
it
ahead.
one more
Ladies
again.
first.
I
Go ahead.
really don't want to yell.
Continue. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
The
All right, the $1.7 billion was actually for a arms deal that went bad in 1979 before the Iranian Revolution. An international court actually found the United States liable plus interest. So we had to pay that money to Iran. All right, that's what that was. Okay, all right, that wasn't frozen assets. All right, Obama didn't release any frozen assets to Iran. You can't find me any documentation or any proof that he did so because he didn't. Also, in regards to sanctions, Obama released some sanctions. Donald Trump is guaranteeing.
Ro said that he did too. Ro didn't argue that one bit that they didn't do wire transfers. They did.
They didn't do wire transfers because they couldn't do wire transfers because Iran has sanctions on them.
It came from his
You have
mouth,
to understand
Erica.
that. The sanctions,
mouth.
do you
14 wire
horse? Rokana is the horse, or is Obama the horse? Who's the horse here?
Saying, he's part of the DOC head right now. Like, that's the main face of the Democratic Party, I would think.
No, he's not. And he can definitely be wrong.
Well, that's a
They
problem
couldn't
when you
do
guys don't
wire
have a real face
transfers.
to
That's
say.
why they had
That's a
to send
different
it in
argument in
different
itself.
types of bills. They had to send it in different types of bills, and they also had to airlift it there because of the simple fact
Okay,
that
so
they
can we agree
couldn't do a wire transfer.
if they break whatever they signed this past week, let's say somebody breaks something and it's the Iranians that do it, don't the sanctions kick right back in anyway?
Yeah, because everyone has to be in a line with what it is. But hold on one moment with the
So what's the
JCPOA.
problem here?
Excuse me, one moment. Excuse me, one moment. All right, chill out, bro, because you're not making any sense. All right. The problem would be is that you all right, deplored President Obama for lifting some of the sanctions and also for paying out on a settlement that you all to this day seemingly don't understand exactly what it was and how it was paid. Right. But yeah. On Iran. That includes the humanitarian sanctions and the economic sanctions. I'm breaking up.
I don't know.
Am I breaking up, Hector?
I don't know if it's me or you.
We can hear you now.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go on mute.
Also,
I'm gonna go on mute for it. You got it.
With the sanctions that would have been lifted, those nuclear related ones would have unfroze some of their assets that was held up in the banks. So I was a little confused with that point that you made, Erica.
That's another thing too. How can you guys say that?
I don't care. W's in the chat to Wesley for the $5 super chat. Nebraska is a deep state fake out. The portal to inner earth is there. A little JK.
You're all better. Leave Nebraska alone.
I started this. W's in the chat to Taffy for the $10 Venmo. Fuck off. $10 Venmo. Sorry for engagement attention on tubes. Here's a straight up doll. Here's straight up doll. Here's love you. Thank you so much, Taffy. I appreciate the support. Sorry that guy was overstimulating. I'm done with that. Dot period J. Did you vote for Trump?
Nah. I'm about to leave because I just peeped it.
I got you. Before you leave, can you tell the people to tap the goddamn screen?
Oh yeah, y'all tap the screen, tap in with Erica and Hector. I follow Erica, but every time I done came to your profile a lot of times from Erica being on the panel, so I'm about to give y'all a panel. I'm about to give you a follow too. Y'all keep doing y'all thing, man. I'm from Louisiana. Keep doing y'all thing.
Appreciate you, man. I hear that southern drawl in there, Louisiana. I appreciate you, boss. Thank you.
You can hear that Louisiana in him.
Mm-hmm. All right, Discord. I just added Dark Hector to the Discord. That's crazy. I didn't have that there this whole time. I have one of me. I didn't have me with the laser eyes. Which we technically have one. I just wanted one with the blue eyes. Hold on. Let me show y'all this one. We'll do a final call while we're waiting on you guys to get the likes of the 300K because we should have been there 11 minutes ago when we hit the 3-hour mark for the live. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. This one. This is the new one. All right, now I'm just going to block your shit. Yeah. Hold that block. This is gonna be the new one I'm gonna get in there. This is gonna be the new one.
Was that a Jubilee?
No, that was that was that
That's
time.
the time you try to unfuck America.
I sure didn't. Nope. That was the time I went alongside other people who tried to unfuck America. That's that's what that was.
Hector, what were you confused about in regards to the sanctions?
When you said there was no documentation that we ever unfroze any assets. What I'm saying that would have been related to the sanctions.
Different money is three economic parts to it. The sanctions, all right, are different from the frozen assets. They're different. Because I had to look into this because I was like, did Obama release any money, like unfreeze any actual assets? Because the assets are going to be different from the sanctions. The sanctions are what is the economic sanctions, which prevents them from actually being able to trade their oil, so like their resources and whatnot. So we have that part. And then we have the frozen assets, which I don't know what those assets are, but they're lifting the $24 billion, and Obama didn't like unfreeze any assets. So it's three parts to it.
Well, not directly, no, but I'm saying some of those sanctions would have been on the assets, specifically ones that was in regards to like nuclear. So I'm saying some of those sanctions would have held down their assets. We didn't like necessarily give them back assets directly, but I'm saying the unfreezing of the sanctions would have freed
No,
some
no,
of
I'm
those
talking
up.
about the money, like their money.
Yeah, well, it was theirs. But I'm saying the sanctions would have lifted some of that too, but by default.
Debate me, bro.
Oh my God. On the cusp of our 250th birthday, America's in a bad mood.
Prove
is the
it.
Headline. What, Queen? On the cusp of our 250th birthday, America is in a bad mood. Oh, I got what you're saying. I got you. So his administration initially lied about it? Initially lied about what?
Shauna, that's not very on code. I don't know what that was.
So the
That's
center arms
crazy.
of non-proliferation. I just read a little bit of an article of them, and they said that Obama did release about $50 billion.
No one asked you. I said, Hector, debate me.
Don't. Ford, come back up. Stop that. Come back up, Ford. Jesus Lord.
Erica got to be petty.
I'll get into the. I'll look more into it later. Let's see.
We can bring Erica back up. She was just having fun, Hector.
She needs to chill. Who the fuck is this guy?
I love Erica.
I kick forward.
Hassan, did you vote for Trump?
Yo, hello. Wait.
Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Hello.
Kif halik?
Okay.
So how much did he? So I can learn.
It's if you go to the non-proliferation arms agreement, it was about $50 billion.
Right, so hold on.
Okay, so 50 billion?
I know the number.
Yeah.
I'm trying to tie the unfreezing, the lifting of the sanctions to them getting their assets. Money that Iran receives from complying with the agreement is not direct payment from Instead, the funds are Iranian foreign assets, which in their national sanctions regime prevented Iran from accessing. Under the JCPOA, these nuclear-related sanctions were waived after Iran verifiably completed its initial obligations. Yeah, this is why I'm confused. I think it's just a wording issue. The sanctions being lifted would have unfrozen their assets. It's just a matter of what the assets were.
But the MOU is poorly written. And so that's the thing about it. If the sanctions and the frozen assets were the same thing in this instance, why wouldn't they be on the same line? Why would they count them differently? That's the whole thing.
I'm not talking about
But
the MOU.
anywho,
Talking about
we
the
didn't
JCPOA.
write it. Well, I'm thinking in regards to the MOU, all right, and how I was reading it in the different points.
Okay.
Also, I think that guy is a Trump supporter that you dropped.
What? Okay. I'm tired. This is probably our last one. Yeah, literally, yeah. This part we also forget to mention. I actually mixed it up the other day. I said the 400 billion of the 1.7 that they got was interest. The 1.3 billion was interest. It was actually 400 million specifically. That was the one that we actually owed them. And then 47 years of goddamn interest is why we paid them so much. But again, 1.7 billion ain't really shit compared to the payoff that we got. Hassan, did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, but I do have some friends that some American friends that support Trump. And I'm not American, but I don't support him.
Guys, I'm ready to
His
go.
face is cracking me up.
I'm ready to go. Can we get the likes up to 300K so I can go, please? Y'all are holding me hostage.
How has your stream been today?
Oh my god. It was fine, then it wasn't, then people wouldn't stop fucking yelling and talking over. It's just the whole goddamn thing. Ford will tell you. People just have no decorum. No fucking decorum.
Okay.
Voted for Trump 100%. You can call in. We'll make one more while these people are tapping. You can call in. Call the number on screen.
Guys, in the people in the chat, let's get to 300K likes. And don't forget, two of the best live creators, Hector and Eric, are here. So make sure that you share love, hit up their bio. All their links are in their bio. So you can donate away. If you don't want to give up the 60% over to TikTok, you could just go to their bio and donate to Cash Apps, Venmo, whatever they got. I don't think Erica has Cash App. I think she's got all the other quirky ones. But yeah, go to their bio, show some support for the material that they bring you guys every single day. Erica's typically on late at night. Hector's on right as I get off work. So it's like I go listen to Hector, and then I go to around until Erica gets on, and then I go in the comments and listen to Erica. So great live creators. Oh, Erica's saying, no, I'm not. Erica's going live right after this, guys.
I thought she said she wasn't going live today.
I'm just making applies.
Wild. Maybe I should have entertained them. That could have been fun. I could have had my, what did Erica call it? Shit, what was his name, Erica?
Gotta go. Parenting time. Bob, whose voice is that? Where your voice gets so deep? Sorry, Bubba's here. I'm happy now.
All right, later.
Hey, your voice.
What was
Whose
the name
voice
of
was
that
she talking
dude?
about getting deep?
Her son, I think it was.
Oh, okay.
Damn, I'm trying to remember the name. The dude who was in Erica's live the other day, and he said, "You know, my friend can call in, and my friend he'll cook you, man. He's so knowledgeable on all this stuff." And then the friend called in and just friend got dog walked. I'm blanking on his name. How many of you guys were there? Y'all remember that? Wayne? Was it Wayne? Dwayne. Dwayne was his name. He said, "My friend Dwayne, Dwayne knows this, Dwayne knows that." And Dwayne came up and said, "I think my friend puts too much confidence in me." Woo! I can't wait till she clips that. That shit was hilarious.
I was on, I was with Nemo and a couple other people were on a live, and somebody was talking to me, and they're like, "Yeah, we got somebody that's been listening to you for it forever." And Nemo, of course, then left. He was going to a different live. And they want to debate you, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay, I normally don't like debate one-on-ones, but whatever, we can do that. Like, literally, the first thing I said to this guy was like, "What's the three branches of government?" He had no idea, and I said, "I'm not fucking debating this. Like, no way."
That question still... So, I think a large portion of the Trump supporters who do answer that question accurately is because they circulate these lives, and we've used it so much since 2024.
Yep.
They know the answers, but that's why I asked other questions. So I'm not sure if you were listening to this one for a kid we had up earlier. I asked him the three branches of government. He said legislative, executive, judicial. And then I said, and then I said, Jasmine Crockett, what body of... I messed up, actually. I said, what body of the House does she serve? I meant to say what body of Congress that she serves in. I said, what body of the House does she serve in? Literally giving away the answer. And he said, the legislative. I said, that's not what I asked you. What body of Congress? I corrected myself afterwards. He said, the legislative. What do you mean? She's a representative of Texas. She's in the legislative. I said, what body of Congress? He couldn't answer it. Couldn't answer it.
Unbelievable. Yes, I've moved on to like how many Federalist Papers are there? How many amendments there are there in the Constitution? Like, what did the founding fathers say as far as, freedom of religion and whether we're a Christian state or not a Christian nation? There's a few people that are like, man, I bet like 80% of the people don't even know that. So I kind of try to back off those because a lot of people aren't going to know how many Federalist Papers are. The fact that, in the Federalist Papers, it's basically talking about the Constitution and the drawing of what the actual founding fathers meant when they were discussing these particular topics.
That part. I like to ask for a politician they hate, then ask which branch they work at. I know you stopped them. That's funny. That's funny. I know those two there. That's hilarious. That's a good one. That's a good one. Santana, you sent 200 comments. Not enough. There's rookie numbers. Get those rookie numbers up, Santana. All right, final call. We're 13K likes away, and for the next 13K likes, Trump supporters, you will have an opportunity to have a discussion. I politely asked for the last call, if we get one. Y'all probably won't. You're too scared. If we get one, can we be civil? Can we be reasonable? Can we not do the whole over talking and tit for tat crap, bro? I'm just up here to do one thing: to ask if you regret your vote and give you reasons as to why you should. If you choose to ignore them, that's on you. Don't be a degenerate. Please don't be a degenerate. What are we doing? Can you see me tapping? How would I do that, Coco? Also, send your heartbeats. You're great out in the chat. That's GOP. If you guys haven't sent your daily heartbeats, make sure you do so you get all your stickers. What? What? Can I call if I'm not Trump supporters? If you're a non-voter, we have exceptions for non-voters occasionally, because I do want to speak to non-voters and get them to vote this midterm election. We will make exceptions for non-voters every live. Outside of that, if you're not a Trump supporter, please do not get up in the box unless you have something funny to tell me or an interesting piece of information. I will give those exceptions. That's it. Only those exceptions. Everybody else, fuck off. What else did I have to read?
Man, I'm proud of this chat. They actually know how many pages Hamilton wrote. Man, crazy.
I didn't even know that. I'm not gonna lie.
You got a smart chat over here, Hector.
They're all right. They're all right.
They're like talking about the different pages, like who wrote, 51 of them. Like they're down there talking about it. It's crazy.
This is what I wanted to read to you guys, and we're going to go over it again on the Fun and Fact show this Wednesday after 1:30 p.m. CST. Did you guys know that Kash Patel was accused of having his own slush fund? Did you guys hear about the Kash Patel slush fund?
The several $1 million? Yeah.
Kash Patel, the FBI director, has been accused of directing more than $1 million in taxpayer-funded bonus payments to a small circle of loyalist agents as part of a personal slush fund that may have violated federal law. Representative Jamie Raskin of Maryland, the ranking member of the House of Representatives Judiciary Committee, alleged Patel had authorized substantial recurring payments to agents in his inner circle and security detail. According to information received by the House Judiciary Minority Committee, some agents received payments of nearly $8,000 every 2 weeks, despite already earning at the federal salary ceiling. While the exact total received by each individual remains unclear, the committee says it's to confirm a number of agents received at least 5 such payments in consecutive pay periods, amounting to close to $40,000 per person. The pace of disbursements was so rapid, the committee says, that FBI reserve accounts set aside for bonus payments were drained dry, causing some payments to bounce back from exhausted funds. The FBI did not respond to requests for comment.
Yeah, wild. To the loyalist.
Of course, innocent until proven guilty. But the Judiciary Committee says they have the evidence. We'll see what comes of this. Notice reported in May that the team has been referred to internally as a payback squad tasked with building politically motivated cases, including one modeled on the indictment of James Comey, the former FBI director. That part I believe, and I would argue I can freaking substantiate that. Do you guys remember the case that took place late last year? I put a whole video out about it. When those FBI agents that were at the Capitol on January 6th, there was that mob that was coming after them. They're all shouting them, yelling, kneel, kneel, bow, whatever, kneel for George Floyd. And then the agents did so, and they did so because it was in their best interest to de-escalate tensions between them and the mob. So then the FBI, under Biden, evaluated their actions because, as an FBI agent, you're not supposed to have political bias, or at least that's what it used to be. So they had a full-blown investigation. They assessed that it was for their best interest, for the protection of the mob and themselves, and they left it alone. Kash Patel reopened those cases, held back their promotions, and then some were just straight up fired with the rest pending additional investigations into their actions that day. Insane. And to my knowledge, I believe they tried to sue. I don't know what came of the case, though. It's been a while. Thank you guys for the follows. It's been a while since I looked at it. But yeah, people fired because it was a politically motivated towards a black guy, even though I had nothing to do with that. Ultimately.
Can you imagine the investigations they're going to go on when the House takes over when the Democrats take over the House? Like literally you had Rokan that literally just went on CNN, I believe it might have been CBS, but he went on there and the reporter, and he literally sent a warning out to even Elon Musk and said, when we take over in January, you're going to come in front of our committee and you're going to answer for why USAID stripped funding that caused the unaliving of 4.5 million children worldwide, and you're going to answer us, and you're going to answer specific questions. So it is going to be off the charts the last 2 years of Trump's administration of how much investigations are going to go in, because I think like what we see on the outside, you have no idea what's probably going on the inside with him enriching himself and all these people enriching themselves off the U.S. taxpayers' Backs.
6,000%. Big Mike, did you vote for Trump?
Yo.
Big Mike, did you vote for Trump?
I sure did.
Hey, Big Mike, can you turn on your TV in the background, please? It's hard to hear you. Thank you.
See, really quickly, I want to compliment my mods, whichever one of them did it over on YouTube. This is a comment that you mute. 70% fatherless children in the black community. The Dems have the highest percentage of abortions. I don't care about the last half, but the first half is some straight up misinformation and racism against the black community. That's how you mute people. We're going to have a
That's how you
discussion.
get the echo off, too.
Back to you. You said you voted for Trump, correct?
I sure did.
And do you regret your vote?
Nope.
Why is that?
Let's see. Huh?
Why is that?
Because y'all, Kamala was a joke.
Cool. So Donald Trump has been the president of the United States for a year and a half, which means if you continue to support him, it will be based off of those actions versus the woman who lost the 2024 election and does not
What
have
did
a
she do for
significant
4
role
years?
in politics.
What did she do?
So I'm going to ask you the question again. If you want to engage in a full-blown conversation about the black woman, sure, I guess that's the best you guys can do now.
What did
But
she
I'd
do for
much
4
rather
years?
talk about what the
What
president
did
has
she
been
do
doing
for
so
4
far.
years? What did she do for 4 years?
The vice president of the United States over the course of 4 years did several things that you're probably grossly uneware of.
I'm waiting
We
to
can
hear
start
one.
with the
I'm here
Partnership of
waiting to hear
Central
one thing.
America, where she was able to get record investments into the northern triangle of Central America, which
Bullshit.
contributed to a decrease in immigration,
Bullshit.
specifically in El Salvador, Guatemala,
Bullshit.
and Honduras. We
Bullshit.
can also talk about her Maternal Mortality Act and how she brought up. Okay, so are you gonna ask me what she did and then say it's all bullshit? Why the fuck do you guys keep asking questions
Well,
and then the
bullshit.
second we
Why
start
do
to
you
answer
take
them, you mute, not mute, you just cut us off. You claim bullshit. You ask me a question,
Why are you
I'm
lying?
answering the question. I'm sorry that you're unfamiliar with what she
lying?
did, but I
Why are
am.
you lying? She didn't do a damn thing for this
What is the
country
Partnership
4
for
years.
Central America?
He didn't do a goddamn thing.
What is the Partnership for Central
The bitch
America?
didn't do a goddamn thing.
What is the Partnership for Central
The bitch
America?
didn't do a fucking thing, so just shut up.
You don't know what you're.
I think it's happy hour wherever he was.
He literally ran.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Hold, please. There's something I want to go over with y'all. I have to get the document in the next room.
Okay, guys, while he's in the next room, we're at 303 K likes. Let's power tap until he gets back, guys. So don't make me look like a fool up here. So let's power tap, try to get like 325 K likes. And then let's make sure that we hit up his Cash App in his bio, or in his bio, the Cash App. So if we can start tapping like crazy, speed tapping, here he comes back. So we literally went up 600, guys. I was looking for like 10,000. Oh, there you guys go. Now you're tapping. Okay, let's power tap for the next couple minutes here to get the likes up, and then make sure, guys, once again, that you're showing support to the content that is being created. You can gift Hector. You can go to his bio and go into his bio, and he's got all of the different Cash Apps that you can donate. If you don't like spending money on TikTok, you can do it that way as well. So make sure you're supporting your live creators, because if you don't, then they can't do this, and they can't bring this information to you every day, and then you don't get people like me up on their panels.
Come on, Hector, turn down the caller's volume and turn up yours. What is your problem that you can't fix that? I don't know why you think I have a fucking problem. TikTok literally sets their volume to be louder than mine. I do not have the setup to raise my volume above theirs unless I literally scream into the mic. Apologies. All right, so I got a letter. This is from Texas Democrats. This is the official 2026 Democratic HQ Priorities Survey. And I wanted to go over it with you guys. And the reason why I got this is because I've been trying to get more involved in local politics, on top of the fact that I had to change my address for registration in the state of Texas since I moved, which I still haven't gotten back, and I will be bugging their office until, because Texas is really, really funny when it comes to your stuff, when you're voting stuff. So I have to stay on their ass about that. But anyway, let's go over it. And it's going to give you your sections. This is section 2, section 1. Okay, this is all about instructions, blah, blah, blah. Overview. The Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee is seeking feedback from registered Democrats like you. Your feedback and honest responses are critical to the Democratic Party and will help us identify how headquarters should be used and help guide top priorities to stop House Republicans. You may also share your feedback immediately by going to www.dccc.org/2026 priorities. So this, I mean, it'll be different in every state, but if you're registered to vote, especially if you did in your primaries, you all should receive stuff like this. It's super duper important that you use your voice to tell your local party what you want. Granted, the only thing I will say that's automatically disappointing about this is that there may be another outlet to do this, but this is more so kind of preset questions, and you just check what you want to be focused on. I would much rather kind of more open format, but there's probably other ways to do so. So there's that. I understand your frustration, Julian. Trust me, I'm frustrated too. There's a $2,000 computer I'm away from that I have to get to fix that. All right, so section 1 is political background. Yes, I voted for the 2024 election. Yes, I plan to vote in 2026. Already have in the primaries. How do you typically vote? Same day. Blah, blah, blah. How do I typically vote? I do mine early. I do.
Yeah, I mailed mine in last year.
You mailed yours in?
Yeah, typically I did day of voting, but last year I don't even know why I did and then I did mail in during pandemic. But other than that, I've always been day of. But it's just so much easier to mail it in. The only thing I don't like about mail in is that you have to progressively keep going and checking it online to make sure that your vote is counted.
Yes. Yeah, that part's Jesus. That would annoy me. Also, good point. Man, the hell yes, even your state legislators, they can help protect against the federal government. Literally. What has happened with Donald Trump's cuts? Many states have stepped up to the plate. In fact, Susan Collins herself, you guys know Susan Collins, the Republican representative who lied way back in the day and said she's only running for 1 or 2 terms, and then now it's been 5 or 6. We played the clip, I believe it was the Fun and Fact Show or randomly, where she was asked if she regrets her vote for or nomination pick for Brett Kavanaugh, and then she said no, that she doesn't. What I found super funny about that in regards to Roe v. Wade is that she literally said in that clip that, well, Maine has been able to pass things on the local level to help, enshrine women's health care, right? And I thought that was such a privileged fucking take. You're a Republican representative in a state that was able to step up to the plate when the federal government was coming down on them about abortion rights. And you said, oh, well, the Democrats fixed all the things that I voted against in the region, so we're good. We don't have to worry about it. But I'll be damned for all the other 26 states that had abortion up on the ballot in 2024 and didn't put it up on the ballot in 2024 and fucked everybody over. Republican representatives are shit. Anyways, so the first one is, and I stand corrected because there is an other section where you can put what you think the priority should be. It's not enough space, though. Which of the following issues are most important to you as you look ahead to voting in 2026? Select up to 3. So, first one, the economy and the rising cost of living. That's always going to be a big one. Protecting Social Security and Medicare benefits. Defending reproductive freedom from GOP attacks. Immigration and security at the border. Ensuring everyone has access to a high-quality education. Preserving American... God bless you. Excuse me. Thank you, Kitty. Preserving American democracy and stopping government corruption. Protecting LGBTQ rights. Addressing the growing climate crisis or other. So, for me specifically, at the top of my list is kind of going alongside what Ford said, and actually Ford mentioning it is what made me think about this test when I was reading it. Preserving American democracy and stopping government corruption. I think every single Democrat right now, one of the biggest things they should be running off of is prosecuting the fuck out of Republicans. And obviously just not the regular representatives going along with Trump's nonsense, the ones who've literally been implicated in some real crazy fuck shit. I want to see prosecution after prosecution after prosecution after prosecution. Because...
Yep, and I agree. Now, here's where we may differ. I don't think while Trump is in office that they do anything as far as him.
I agree.
I think they will until after he leaves. I think he leaves office because what ends up happening is when you attack Trump, you empower the MAGA movement. And what ended up happening is even through all the investigations through when Biden was in office, when they investigated him, he actually gained traction. He actually gained support. When the 34 convictions came down to 175.10 and 175.05, he actually gained traction versus Biden at that particular point, and even against Harris and the Democratic Party. So I think you leave him alone, but I think you go after those that, like you said, enabled it, those that participated in it, those that were co-conspirators in these illegal acts. And then as soon as Trump comes out, then that's when you really start to put the hammer to the nail, and you take care of Trump at that point, especially during the whole when he's in office. He's just going to keep going to the courts and continuously asking them for immunity. When if it's outside of it, then it's going to be a little bit easier for them to speed up the process.
No, I agree with that 6,000%. I think ultimately, while Republicans control most of the branches, there's only so much we're going to be able to do in regards to some of those prosecutions and vote outs, versus we have much easier times going after the individuals who, again, enabled him. And then once you get them up out the paint, you're leaving open room for special elections, which Democrats have done a pretty good job at sweeping. Not to mention, we are literally restricting his power. With less people supporting him, he can do less. We can weaken his administration and send him out as a a lame duck president. I think that's better.
Keep in mind that Washington, D.C. case and even the Florida case, they may have been dismissed or closed at the request of the Department of Justice, but they were closed without prejudice, meaning that they could bring up at a later date. So that's why I think the Democratic Party would be better off just not to focus on Donald Trump, but focus on everything else and focus on other Republicans that are trying to get elected in the future. And then when it comes time to him to be in office, literally just take the Department of Justice. And they think that they think Biden did political targeting during his administration. I would make it known as shit, just like Trump did. And the next Democratic president that comes in, if I'm president of the United States, the first thing I say is, I'm in charge of the Department of Justice. I'm the executive branch. I'm the head of the executive branch. All the Trump investigations, I'm instructing the Department of Justice and my Attorney General to go full steam ahead and incarcerate everything that he's ever done that's been illegal.
I could not agree more with that. Also, if we actually get what we wanted with Donald Trump, we'd get J.D. Vance. I don't think a lot of people realize what a threat that could be. So
yeah, because he's actually smarter and knows how to govern.
He's fucking sleaze, man. So I would say, because you can select up to 3, and I'll go over the options for y'all again: the economy and the rising cost of living, protecting Social Security and Medicare benefits, defending reproductive freedom from GOP attacks, immigration and security at the border, ensuring everyone has access to a high-quality education, preserving American democracy and stopping government corruption, protecting LGBTQ rights, addressing the growing climate crisis, and other. I'm actually curious as to what you guys would put into other. I'm curious of what you guys would put into other sections. So I know for me, I'm definitely picking preserving American democracy. And to be fair, this is state specific, so there's that, but most of this generally applies to most of the country. I really want to say defending reproductive freedom, because some crazy shit happening in this state. Crazy fucking shit happening in this state. But then, of course, the economy and the rising cost of living. If I was to put something in the other, I would probably, honestly, I would just probably put Epstein. I'd probably put Epstein. Individuals, any person who was involved in withholding the evidence, or, to be fair, doing Trump's bidding when it comes to redacting his name, when it comes to flagging them, so on and so forth. Looking into every single person who was involved in that and getting them about the paint. Epstein is not some big boogeyman that was thrown out to distract from issues. It's a real serious problem. And the folks who were protecting him on both sides of the aisle. So that's probably what I'd put in that section. Then there's also Section 2, which is democratic values. House Democrats believe Social Security and Medicare are essential for the American people and should not be turned over to Trump's billionaire buddies. Do you agree or disagree? Duh, we agree. House Democrats believe access to health care should be a right, not a luxury, and are committed to strengthening the Affordable Care Act. Do you agree or disagree? I disagree, only because we should be done with the Affordable Care Act going into 2028. It'll annoy the hell out of me if we were still running off of the Affordable Care Act in 2028. I think it was a step in the right direction, but we're kind of over that now. That's the only reason I would disagree with that. But in terms of healthcare being a right, and if the best we can get is strengthening that, then sure, it's better than nothing. House Democrats believe climate change is real and that we need policies to combat the climate crisis. Do you agree or disagree? Obviously, I agree. House Democrats believe Medicare should be able to negotiate lower prices with prescription drug companies so Americans can no longer pay 4 or 5 times what people in other countries pay for the same medicines. Do you agree or disagree? Yeah, but then it's like, again, universal health care, bro. House Democrats believe it is an urgent priority to protect reproductive freedom and restore the promise of Roe v. Wade. Do you agree or disagree? Obviously, I agree. I do have a question about that.
Is there a question on there that says, do you agree Democrats should stop being pussies and actually make sure that this stuff actually comes out of act? Because Jesus Christ, it's all the typical talking points of the Democratic Party, but there's nothing there that states to them just actually grow a goddamn spine and just walk right up there and just say, this is what we're going to do in 2026. And you guys all better watch out. And then what they need to do is they need to, and the speaker, who's going to be Hakeem Jeffries, just needs to, like, in that particular matter, walk right up to the podium and say, this is what we're going to do. We're either going to sit for the next 2 years and not do shit, or otherwise you guys are going to come to the table, the Republicans, or we're going to pass all of this crap without you. But it's going to be one of the two. That's the one thing that pisses me off about the Democratic Party, is that we've so been accustomed to playing within the rules, to playing within the system, because we want to be the nice guy. We want to bring all people to the table, and we want to make sure that when we pass legislation that everybody has a word in it. I wish the Democratic Party would let some of that go and just say, from this moment forward, we're going to steamroll it just like we did ACA in the middle of the damn night, and we're just going to get everybody to vote, and then we're not going to hold any type of remorse later for doing it. We're going to say, yep, we did it. Screw you.
That is literally my problems with some of the Democrats I actually respect a lot, including Pete Buttigieg, because it's one of those things where the bipartisanship is cool and the nice talking is cool, but then I don't know. I need to see more pointing fingers. Also, fuck Hakeem Jeffries, he's got to go alongside Chuck Schumer. But yeah, I can write that in. I can write that in right here. I can write that in that section. Y'all can stop being pussies and write that in right there.
We were just having this conversation about Hakeem Jeffries and Nancy Pelosi, and I said, Nancy Pelosi's too old now. Now, I'm not saying that she should be Speaker of the House or anything like that.
Yeah.
But she was a bitch. And like literally her own daughter would say that she would literally stab you, slit your throat, and you wouldn't even know it until you're bleeding out. Now, you guys can all go look up a little video. AOC was actually, when she first came into the House of Representatives, she was trying to kind of be like the odd man out, right? She had her own mindset, which is fine, right? That's what she's there for. She's there to represent. Literally, Nancy Pelosi on the House floor went over and said something to her, and she started crying, and she voted with the Democrats right after that. I don't know what Nancy said to her, what the speaker said, but whatever it was, she always got everybody to fall in line. Everybody.
One thing I will say about her, I have a good friend who is very much involved in the intricate details of Nancy Pelosi's career. And while we obviously have the criticisms for the insider trading, while I do think after a certain point she did kind of just relax. When she came in initially, she was a powerhouse. She was a powerhouse, and she was good for that time. She was very good for that time, and then it started to meh. But we can respect her career.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is my question for my much smarter lady friends. So, when it comes to Roe v. Wade, because everyone, like Ford was saying, everyone's running off the same thing: restoring Roe v. Wade, restoring Roe v. Wade. How do we do that? Because we have to get the Supreme Court to restore it, and then it's conservative leaning. So I don't know how we're going to be able to do that with our current SCOTUS versus more so enshrining like states' ability to combat the overturning. I don't know. Need to back the court? Yeah. You need Dobbs back first? Yeah. There was in the chat to, I think. Yes, Wesley. Sorry, it was short and it wasn't pulling up for some reason. For the $10 super chat, time to say the things. Happy Pride. Trump blew Bubba. God is a trans woman and Jesus was a gay man. Also, Charlie Kirk made a better fountain than Christian. Finally, Nebraska isn't real. Much love. God damn, Wesley.
Tired of this Nebraska hate. So I wanted to make sure that I was 100% correct. Now, we cannot bring up Roe v. Wade again.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's the Supreme Court's already shot it down. Now, what Congress can do is they can write separate legislation to actually protect AB rights or reproductive rights for women. Now, it would be challenged, and it'll probably be challenged pretty quickly, but they can do it that way, and it would just need simple, like, basically law passed. But as far as Roe v. Wade, as the way that it stood, it's no more.
Yeah.
Joe be hating on Nebraska like crazy. I don't know what we did about Joe. We all sit over here, mind our own damn business, you know, eat our corn, go to our little arts festivals.
Yeah, that's literally what I was just thinking. In regards to SCOTUS, we're cooked in that department. The most we can do is more so work on the state level in Congress to help with those federal protections. But let's see, Section 3, the MAGA Republican agenda. And this is where I start to get irritated because... And it took me a while to come to terms with this. I understand it, but it took me a minute. But ultimately, it's one thing for me to be talking about Trump every day, but usually I'm going over other news with you. I'm talking about his underlings. I'm talking about this thing. I'm talking about the wins of the Democratic Party. I'm really excited about D.C. specifically. And what's her name in D.C.? I'm blanking on her name. It's the Democratic Socialist candidate who's going to November. She's going to the primary. Give me a second. I'm going to get her name. I finally got to Muriel Bowser, and I'm blanking on her. It's a black woman.
Yep. I can literally picture her face.
I got it here.
Okay.
Is it a socialist? Here. Janice Lewis. No. Yes. Janice Lewis George? Yes. She was whooping the guy. I forgot who was on the opposing side. It was a Democrat, but she was whooping his ass, bro. She was leading so high. Janice Lewis George is on pace to be the first Democratic Socialist mayor of DC. And it's really fucking cool. She's running off a pretty damn good platform. It's looking pretty good for her. But the reason why we're seeing these Democratic Socialists be infinitely more accepted and actually have a chance in hell, because I would say 10, 20 years ago they wouldn't have, is because of the failures of the Democratic Party. It's because they're actually running off the things that we keep screaming for Democrats to do and they keep playing around with. So shout out to DC. I think we need to talk more about that and focus more about that, but everything becomes about just fighting MAGA Republicans. I think a lot of people lose interest in that. And don't get me wrong, they're obviously destroying everything, but there's going to be a country after MAGA, I think, mostly. So that's where a lot more people are saying, what are we doing after they're gone? But yeah, so this one says, House Republicans have promised a nationwide ban on abortion, and some have even proposed banning birth control. How much of a Democratic priority do you believe it should be to protect reproductive freedom? Like, I feel like these are just easy little... I don't know. Obviously, it's a top priority. Since its passage, Republicans have made 70 attempts to repeal the Affordable Care Act and take health care away from 20 million Americans. How much of a Democratic priority should you believe it should? Do you believe it should be to defend the ACA? Like, you have all of these sections for the same shit we went over in this one.
Quick apology. Guys, I should not have called Speaker Pelosi the B word. It's completely out of character, and I probably shouldn't have went to that misogyny and said that. So I do want to apologize for anybody that took that with me criticizing her or calling her that. I was more of just her boss type attitude. So anybody that took that the wrong way, I do apologize. Yeah.
Honestly, it didn't even register to me because I understood what you meant it as, but I see how that could be. That didn't even.
Yeah. And that's not what I meant. And I just want to make sure that we're clear that at no point would I ever call a woman directly, no matter what, the B word, and it slipped. It was an error and it was a misguided of words, and I do apologize.
Thank you for that. Republicans are using any means necessary to suppress the vote, gerrymander our maps, and undermine our elections. How much of a Democratic priority do you believe it should be to fight these efforts and protect our democracy? That's the top one. I actually can respect that one. Republicans are ignoring the existential climate crisis and weakening our environmental protection laws. How much of a Democratic priority should it be to prevent corporations from polluting our environment? That's the top one. Serious conversation about these data centers. Donald Trump assembled one of the most extreme governments in American history. Which of the following top administration officials worry you the most? This one's interesting. This one's
read that
interesting.
again. Read that again. Read that again, Hector.
Donald Trump has assembled one of the most extreme governments in American history. Which of the following top administration officials worries you the most? It has a list of a few. While we're just sitting here chit-chatting, we can get the 400K. While we're just joshing around, we can get the 400K. Double tap that screen. Those of you on the YouTube side, please make sure to hit the like button on the stream. Subscribe, turn on notification bells. You can still support the platform if you want to. I know we're not debating anyone, but you can still support me. Just because we're not dropping someone doesn't mean you can't say hi to my cute face, and the link's in the bio. So if you want to do so, link in the description on the live stream. And Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo, and you can send a super chat or a super sticker. Those of you over on the TikTok side, you can do a few different things. Tap the screen, share out the live, send your daily heart meets, knock out the little dolphins here. We have 15 more of those to go. We do have a gift gallery as well, so if you click on my name in the top left corner, you'll see all the grayed out gifts in the C1 gift gallery. If you want to help with those, please feel free to. And then, of course, donating to the links in the bio, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, alongside every other thing. But, all right, as a list of a few people here. J.D. Vance. Tulsi Gabbard.
Well, she's gone. Yeah.
Right. But wait a minute. What's the date on this? It said respond by July the 14th, but when did they issue this? Because there's no way y'all printed this out.
Check the mail date. When was the mail date?
I don't have the outside mail. Hold on.
God bless you.
Got you.
It's on her letter.
God bless you.
Crap. I may have tossed it or somewhere in that room. I was trying to get the date because I'm like, y'all couldn't update this before sending it out.
People in the chat are saying she just resigned. Give them a damn break. They probably right. We probably are being a little bit more critiquing too much. They're probably right.
Yeah, probably. I'm just saying.
I was like, wait a second, she's gone.
Stephen Miller, RFK, Marco Rubio, Kash Patel, and Dr. Oz. So I'm going to go over it again. You guys put in the chat which one's your biggest worry. J.D. Vance, Pete Hegseth, Gabbard's already out, Stephen Miller, RFK, Marco Rubio, Kash Patel, and Dr. Oz. I'm curious to see what you guys put.
My personal vote is RFK Jr. just because of what he does. What he does is impacting people's lives and is actually unaliving people. And he's given advice on vaccines that he shouldn't be giving, that's going to cause people and other people to get sick and ill. Now, if you're talking about racism or you're talking about the poisoning of our government, then you go with Miller. So it depends on which one you're actually looking for. If you're looking for that's impacting everybody's lives at a much larger scope and years down the road, it's going to be RFK. Now, Miller is a piece of crap and racist, and he's just as vile as what RFK is.
Mm-hmm. No, guys, there was no all of the above option. I could write it in, though. So for me, I think when it comes to Kash Patel,
he's just dumb.
He's definitely a problem. He doesn't concern me. He's just a moron. He's a cuck, but he doesn't concern me. Dr. Oz, he's definitely doing dangerous things with RFK, but RFK would be the bigger threat for me.
What the hell?
What? Do you have a backup Ford? Harassment and bullying, bro. They got Ford for harassment and bullying. What? BRB on the backup? I got you. When you guys see Ford on the backup mods, please feel free to let him up. It's between Hegseth and Miller. It's between Hegseth and Miller for me. Because Hegseth, given enough time, without so much of, the public eye watching certain things, I think we have a serious, war crime issue coming about with the shit that
was wild.
Doing. That was crazy. Damn, we haven't talked to anyone for over 30 minutes, I would say. So I'm strongly I'm strongly debating Hegseth and Miller. Because Miller is doing Miller is doing advisement for domestic and foreign policies. But then Hegseth is really fucking up abroad. I'm gonna have to go with Miller, I guess, because he's done a significant amount of damage internally as well. I'm gonna go with Miller, but it's a close one for me. Section 4 is...
Isn't that crazy where we got a debate on which one is more toxic?
Literally. Have y'all heard about the new book coming out and how the cabinet was picked? No, I have not. Please feel free to send me that information. And also, follow Ford's backup. Which of the campaign issues below do you believe Democrats should focus on top priorities? Oh my God, a lot of this is the same shit. Fighting back against Trump Project 2025 agenda. Okay, so that's the first time they mentioned that. Fighting efforts to cut back access to quality and affordable health care. Protecting Medicare, Medicaid, and affordable... Man. Codifying Roe v. Wade, lowering prescription drug prices, strengthening gun safety measures. Okay, there's something. Advancing racial equality and civil rights. Okay. Now we're somewhat expanding. Okay, we can get into this. But a lot of this is copy and paste. Republicans have a stranglehold power in Washington. Trump, aided and abetted by his MAGA House cronies, has taken a chainsaw to vitally needed programs America depends on. Because of the razor-thin majority the GOP holds in the House, Democrats are our best hope to serve as a firewall against the corruption and power grabs, unfortunately. What concerns you most about what else the GOP will do in the 119th Congress? And those options are, I'm not reading some of the same ones again. Implementing more of Trump's destructive and dangerous plans, no shit. Raising taxes on the working class and cutting them for the ultra-rich. We don't have to worry about that, at least through the big, beautiful bill already passing. It's kind of stupid to put that there. Yes, they can pass additional cuts, but come on. Restricting the right to vote, including mail-in voting. That is a big concern for me.
That's a big concern for me. Yep.
Yeah. Rolling back gun safety measures. I'm not sure. Or maybe they just haven't focused on it so far. Maybe I'm unaware of what they've done so far in regards to gun safety. I haven't heard much about that, to be honest.
No.
The biggest thing I know is what they tried to do with that little watch list and threatening to take firearms away from transgender people. That's the most that I know. Reversing efforts to fight global warming and climate change, further repealing SNAP benefits for millions of Americans. You can choose top 3. So my top 3 is going to be restricting the right to vote, raising taxes on the working class and cutting them for ultra rich, and hot take. I think in Congress federally, I don't think they're going to be able to ban abortion. And maybe this is coming from an ignorant man place of privilege thing. I just think that's a harder pill to swallow, even for some small portion of Republicans. I think that one's going to be a much harder pill to pass, versus more so restricting what we currently have. But yeah, I guess implementing more of Trump's destructive and dangerous plans could be a thing. Section 5, general issues. Do you think our nation is moving in the right direction of the president? What the kind of fucking question is this?
You think our nation is going in the right direction?
Under President Trump specifically. Oh my God. How concerned are you about Democrats having the infrastructure needed to launch voter registration drives, recruit volunteers, and support other voter outreach programs in this election cycle? Very fucking concerned. Very concerned. For one, I do think there is better outreach. I am actually a part of a small little chat with some DNC affiliates in regards to outreach. But the problem is, I think they're still very nitpicky at who they let into the tent. I want to see less establishment Democrats at the Texas Democratic Convention, at some of these rallies and stuff. I want them to be talking more to regular people. That could be me. I don't give a shit. It could be anyone. I just don't want to see as much suits and ties when it comes to actually getting people to vote. Because quite frankly, sometimes I could speak to people better than the fucking Democrats can, honestly.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to hit on, is that their messaging is always horrible.
Exactly.
Like, they have great policies, because, and I say they because I don't always consider myself a Democrat, because I typically lean like liberal, a little bit of liberal, and a little bit more left over the years. but their messaging's always been like absolutely horrible. Like defund the police, absolutely horrible messaging when it should have been something like, that the money was going to go to, like if it was mental health, then it was going to be somebody that's in a mental health profession that was going to be there to help the police de-escalate those particular situation. There's multiple times where the Democrats are just absolutely horrible at messaging. And what ends up happening is, Hector, is that when the Democrats have horrible messaging, we don't learn to like kind of twist it or try to make it make more sense. We literally just go out there and we say, defund the police. Instead of saying, no, that's not really what it's saying. We go out there and we say, defund the police. And then it really does hurt the Democratic Party because they don't actually understand what the actual outlining of the policy actually is. So I would actually just say the Democrats really just got to get tougher and they got to get better messaging. And the one thing is I think they should stop doing, and I think you're absolutely right, stop worrying about the suit people. Stop worrying about asking people like myself on X to come to their goddamn events that I'm never going to come to because I'm not going to post or repost their things in exchange for getting a free trip to some DNC event. It's just not going to happen because I have moral standards that I'm just not going to do it. And they need to stop utilizing some of the social media people that do, I think, create some harm.
Really quickly, Porg T7177. Jesus, we are beginning to sound as childish as MAGA when we pick on clothes. If that comment is in reference to me saying we need to stop focusing so much on the suits or just not only having the suits represent the party, then I do hope you understand that when I said suits, I wasn't actually criticizing the fact that they wear suits. Hold
We're
on.
talking about the wealthy. The ultra wealthy.
Full stop. Full stop.
What is going on?
I'm waiting on your response. I'm waiting on a response, Pork. There is no way you actually thought I was criticizing the fact that they were wearing a suit. Are you fucking dead ass, bro? Please tell me I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misinterpreting the fuck out of this. I'm waiting on your response. I hope I'm misinterpreting what you're saying. I understand it was a fucking joke.
Serious.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. Okay. How was I supposed to tell it was a joke through message? Okay. Ooh. Listen, I've had some people come in here and they just don't. Got you. He said it was a joke. Okay, just making sure. Oh yes, to your point to what you said. That is definitely a big issue. And for me, it's the way that they're dancing around, like the slight welcoming of certain content creators, the slight welcoming of people who are not so much aligned with the establishment, purely for the basis of just getting more votes for them, and then they get the votes, they win their elections, and then we don't exist anymore. That's going to get us right back to the 2024 election cycle. That's going to get us right back to they're not doing enough, so on, so forth. Yeah.
No, I agree. Now on social media, they do need to get on podcasts more.
Yes.
They need to go on those type of things, but they need to stop having and I enjoy Harry and I enjoy all the others that are on there. Some of my favorite content creators, but they need to get on podcasts more because that's the where it is, and stop relying on us on social media as far as a bigger picture, as far as moving forward. And then these candidates also being 100% electable. And another thing that we got to do better of, we got to get the far left, and anybody that's in the chat that's far left that just barely can bring yourself to vote for Harris because of the Gaza or because of one issue voter. You can hate me, you can unfollow me, whatever. If you're a one issue voter and you can't vote for the Democratic Party because of the one issue, you can literally just go fuck yourself. And I mean that respectfully, because literally this is the reason why we're in the predicament we are in right now. It's because instead of getting the 9 out of 10, you were so hung up on the 1 that you couldn't see that we could get the 9 out of 10 and we could protect so many more people getting the 9 out of 10 and then work on the 1 once we got into office.
Oh, I shit on them daily. Really quickly, I'm a kidder. It's why I say stuff like, I heard the baby duck that died in a reflecting pool turned the steering wheel towards algae first. I read that comment. I chuckled at that comment. Pork, how was I supposed to know that was a joke? I apologize. That was definitely on me. But I'm saying there was It's 2026. It's text. There was no LOL, no laughing emoji. I just saw it, and it could just seem a certain way. So all the fucking people, no joking in the comments, blah, blah, blah. Bruh, we can fucking joke, but it's text. Obviously, there's a language barrier there, or understanding barrier in text. Yes, that's what I wanted to say in regards to your comments about defund the police. That's one of the most annoying things I have to combat on almost a daily basis sometimes with Trump supporters, to where I'm having to explain defund the police to them, because we know what defund the police actually did and how it was a benefit to officers, but because of the damn headline, we couldn't get people past that point. I think one of the issues with the Democrats and a lot of leftist positions is that in headlines alone and rhetoric alone, it kind of seemingly takes away from the overall message or point. And we tend to forget that we're not just marketing to us. We're marketing to moderates. We're trying to market to some Republicans, in which case, if we're just all in the know about all our slogans and stuff, that defeats the purpose. Zohran Mamdani literally ran off of defunding the police. And he never called it that in the state of New York. Excuse me, mayor of New York City. He ran off of it. Do you guys remember what he said? He said, police officers are tired. They're being called for every single little thing, and it's actually taking them away from addressing real crime in the city. I want to ensure that we have the right resources for police officers to tackle the worst of the worst to criminals, and then for everything else, we have mental health officers and people who address those things that police officers are so often burdened by. That's how he did it. And he was able to get people to understand from that lens. Did they still label it defund the police? Yes. It was a lot easier for the average person to swallow and understand because he did not have that garbage fucking headline. So yeah, I agree with that statement 6,000%.
Yeah, and I didn't agree with him 100% on a lot of things. Like officially when he first came out, I didn't like him at all. Like just at all. But his messaging was crystal clear. And boy, did he steamroll through that Democratic Party. It reminded me of like the 2009 Obama, to where you had somebody that was polling like 3%. Everybody thought, like there's no way this, this black man from Chicago who was an activist and a constitutional scholar that was going to be able to even footnote anything in the Democratic Party. And the same thing with Obama is the same thing even with him. Like Obama's messaging was very clear, very precise. Same thing with Madami is that his messaging was very clear and very precise. And by the end of the election cycle, like I'm like, man, this guy might actually be onto something.
I never expected to see, let alone acknowledge that one comment. Sorry, Hector. You don't have to apologize. I'm just saying it happens sometimes. You didn't do anything wrong. I just didn't know it was a joke. There's no way I could have told. Yes, what you just said. Something else I want to add to that. My issues with Zohran Mamdani initially were solely surrounding Kamala Harris. He didn't support her. That was it. That was my big point of contention. So you guys know me. I have a rule. Like if you're sitting here, especially in light of this administration, not only just what they were running off of, but now well over a year and a half into his administration, still want to go beat up on Kamala Harris. I don't agree with that.
That bothers me. And another thing that bothers me too is when you have the Democratic Socialists or the Socialist Democrats, they love to run on the Democratic ticket. And the reason why they want to run on the Democratic ticket is because they want the funding. But they also want to shit on the Democratic Party. So what I really like, and that was one thing that rubbed me the wrong way with him, is he did somewhat. Now, he has come full circle since then.
Certainly.
As far as embracing some of the Democratic Party ideas, acknowledging that he's a democratic socialist, and that he's, obviously for the free market. He's also for, the global market. And he's, so he's come a long way. But I just wish that like the people like Bernie Sanders and the others that are Democratic Socialists or Socialist Democrats would just stop shitting on the Democratic Party and just like, we understand that the Democratic Party is not perfect and that the moderate Democrats need to get the hell out of the way and allow some of like the liberals and the left leaning to start getting universal health care, more affordable housing, increase the minimum wage, protect women's right to reproductive rights in AB, to also protect marginalized communities throughout the United States, to reduce harm within the black communities. We understand all that. Now, the only way that we're going to be able to achieve that, guys, is that from the centrist all the way to the left, the furthest to the left, is that we all join together and we all vote for one common. We realize it's not going to be perfect, but we're going to be able to reduce harm. Now, what we have during the Trump administration, and I don't know if anybody's ever Googled this, it's called the political horseshoe theory. And I don't know if anybody's ever read it. It's where one political party goes too far for the right and the other party goes too far for the left. And what they end up doing is they join at some point. And that's why you had some of the far left either not vote or actually vote for Republican or for Trump. And that's why you even had some far right people that didn't think Trump was far enough to the right that literally voted for the Democratic Party because they felt like Trump wasn't far enough right. So that's the political horseshoe theory, and we got to get past this.
6,000%. And I want to make something clear because no one said it so far, but it typically happens every time we have this conversation. Criticizing Democrats, constructive criticism in an attempt to make them better, to get a better party that's more reflective of the average American is different from shitting on it. That's my issue with Bernie. That was my issue with how it seemingly was initially with Mamdani, where it's just like, you're basically running on our ticket. You're pulling from our base, but then you have nothing but crap to say about them, and ultimately they're going to be the people that get you elected. And to be clear, the establishment fought against Zohran Mamdani. Kathy Hochul eventually saw the light. Some other individuals gave him endorsements, but initially they were not having him. But he got in there, he forced change, and now we can look to him as an example of what the party can be moving forward. What was this next part here? Oh yeah, I think we went over this. How concerned? Oh yeah. So we said very concerned about this. How concerned are you, Democrats? Are you about Democrats having the infrastructure needs to launch voter registration drives? Very concerned. How important is it that Democrats build district headquarters and critical infrastructure nationwide?
What do they mean by that? Like,
so that's my thing. I'm like, what do we mean by this? Are you just building more DNC centers? In which case, we don't need that. What are going to be these headquarters? What are your purposes going to be? If it goes along the line of the voter registration drives, voter outreach, a place for like individuals like myself or whatnot to go connect with local voters or even members of the party, establishment party, that's good idea. That's a great idea. A great way to connect with the people around you, because a big criticism of Democrats is that they seem elitist. They seem so distant from people. So I think that could help wash that away. But if you're just talking about more places just to take tax dollars so we can recite the same old shit we've been reading on this document, then no, absolutely not. So yeah, all depends on what they mean by these headquarters. Are you worried that Republicans will try to override the will of the people in 2026? Like if we take back the House and the Senate? I don't think we're gonna have a J6 for midterms. I don't think that's gonna. We're not a J6. I guess a N6. I don't think we're gonna have that. So no. House Democrats continue to lay the groundwork to oppose the extreme portions of Trump's agenda and take back the House in the midterms. What do you think House Democrats should prioritize in the months ahead? Select up to 3. Continue listening to voters nationwide to understand their concerns, 6,000%. And not just listen, fucking comprehend and do something about it. Uplifting our frontline and red to blue candidates from local communities. Yeah, sure, good. What do you mean red to blue? I guess people changed, people switched, I guess. Taking what we learned from the 2024 election data and applying it to our 2026 strategy. If that 2024 data is the fucking, what you call it, the DNC autopsy? No. Taking actual election data with the big thing being Gaza, yes. Fighting back.
Well, I think that could be what they're meaning is they're talking about like what was the most concerning things that the Democratic Party didn't illustrate or did not communicate effectively, and what did voting show was the impact of it. So like, let's just say like if typically the Democratic Party would get 62% of the Latino vote or in the United States, and Harris only got 56%. Why did it drop 5%? Or the Jewish vote, when the Democrats typically get about 70 to 72%, but it was only 68%. Why? Typically the Democratic Party gets about 85 to 90% of the black men vote, but they got 82%. Why? The only database from year in to year out that has always voted in the way that consistently is black women. It's always in the 92-93% range but the rest have always slid up and down depending on the thing. Now, what I hope the Democratic Party doesn't do is that they don't go after the white T men vote that they're never going to win, or go after the white T women vote that they're probably never going to win. What they need to do is they need to go back to what their actual root is, and that is pick up 40% of the white T, men, pick up about 48% of the white T women, and then go back and pick up the 5% that they lost the Latino vote, go back, pick up the Jewish vote, go pick up some more of the Asian vote, and then not only win back some of the black vote that they had actually lost, but then this, I know that's a broken record, but then in this election, make sure that whatever promises that we make, that we actually uphold. And instead of just being a big talking point or good spokespersons for the within the black community or marginalized communities, that we actually put action into play.
6,000%. All of that. No notes. All of that. What was all left on this? So yeah. So more so what I was criticizing is I think we see, like, from the Democratic Party, the election data. I don't know. I felt like, especially if we're talking about the DNC autopsy report, it was very selective. They didn't necessarily address the elephant in the room versus actual election data like you're talking about, where the voters' primary issues were straight up ignored. Fighting back against the Republicans' extreme agenda. Mobilizing resources to build up.
They need to stay away from that verbiage.
Dude,
the extreme agenda.
You.
It's like been 5 times on that thing. Like, nobody cares about, like, the average voter doesn't care about, unless you're like political savvy like we are here, care about the extremists, because they don't understand or know what the extremes going on. The only thing they know is what's hurting their pocketbook, what the economy, how much groceries are costing at the thing. That's the average, the majority of the voters in the United States. That's all they understand. And Democrats have to learn to make it more simple. Like, hey, the inflation is this is what we're going to do. Your wages only increased by this much, or your real wages actually decreased. This is what we're going to do. The gas prices increased. This is what we're going to do. We can't go off on this whole extremist. This person is this person is that, because even when Harris even did it, which I love Harris to death. Even in the CNN polling where she did that, where Trump was supposed to show up for a debate and he never showed up, so they just did like a kind of town hall theme. Where they did the odometer, where it goes up and down of what the feeling of the people was. Anytime she got negative when it come to Trump, the feeling or the environment went down. Now, when she stayed on policy, it stayed up higher. And that's what Democrats need to learn to do, is just stay on policy, stay on message.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you can get more reception from independents, from moderates, from Republicans if you point out, say, the ridiculousness of the reflecting pool versus calling him a fascist.
Correct.
It's just the aggressive language, which let's keep it a buck. The average person doesn't understand and can't connect the dots. It turns people away. I don't fucking like it, but we got to stop talking above people. And then the last 2 or 3, mobilizing resources to build up our organizing capacity. Yeah, sure.
This motherfucker was on national TV talking about this. Somebody cut a 350-foot line in the middle of that goddamn pool with the pocket knife.
We read that post. Shit
is wild.
He sure freaking did. Meeting voters where they are on new forms of media, 6,000%. And then other. So then the rest is survey validation and Democratic Party confirmation. So that's that. There's also a little letter that came here, but honestly, it's going to be more rhetoric, so I'm not reading that shit. Again, a lot of this was, typical stuff, but I still think it's important that you make sure you get yours and fill it out, because the party isn't going to move unless we let them know that we want them to move. They get way too comfy when we get too quiet, so we have to be loud so that they know whether, one, compliment them when they're doing a good job, and B, when they're doing fuck all, we'll let them know, hey, do you want to keep that seat for the next couple of years? Get to acting. Tired of people complaining about individuals that they never asked for more from. It's strange to me. You gotta let them know there's a problem, in order for them to address it. But let's see. Who can we raid here? Is anyone in the request? I'll do a friendly or two while we're here. We'll do a friendly or two. Larry?
I don't know what Larry is doing.
I know I'm not the only one.
Okay, yeah.
I know I'm not the only one. Larry was in there.
I'm glad we could do something for him. Whatever the fuck was going on.
Woo! Larry sounded like he was having the time of his life. Goodness gracious. Woo. Alrighty.
Bro got a grip.
Crazy. YouTube. You guys are gonna go raid Matt. Politics with Matt. Stick right here. You don't have to do anything. The second I end the stream, it's gonna automatically take you over there. So that's where you guys are going. But really quickly, last super chat. W's in the chat to Wesley for the 5. Hector, I've been told that TikTok isn't gifting you for your time. So here. Yeah, they slow down the gifts a bit. They're doing all right, but they slow down the gifts a bit. It's crazy we can't get 4 more goddamn dolphins. 4 more dolphins, guys. 4 more dolphins. Let's knock that out. But thank you so much, Wesley. I appreciate your support. All right, YouTube. We'll be back tomorrow for episode 100 of the Defending Indefensible show. I think we're going to fundraise. We're probably going to end up fundraising for some people. See if we can get them some help in these trying times. So bring your wallets. Those of you who can. Send your Daily Heart me, Maze. It's disrespectful that you're grayed out. I'm just going to let you know. But thank you guys so much for your likes, your shares, your comments, your super chats, your super stickers, your memberships, your engagement, your questions, your honest mistakes of jokes. I'm fucking with you, Pork. Cheers, Hector. Sorry for the confusion. Again, it's not your fault. You're good. I appreciate every last one of you, those of you over on the tube side, and I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Also, you don't have a YouTube, do you, Ford?
No. Nope. We kind of started one when I was doing a podcast. I was doing it was just basically Ford facts, and we were like talking politicals, and then we did, I would like dissect everything that Trump was saying, which it did start to take off, and then we were getting 20, 30,000 viewers. And then last year in March, at that time, I got hit at 60 miles per hour and broke 13 bones on my right side of my body. So I had to take off, and then I just never went back to the podcast after that. So
thank you, Laverne, for knocking out the final dolphins. All right, YouTube. We